Good morning, everybody, and perfect timing. Oh, they actually even have a spec delay when they don't need one. Hello, hello, hello. I'm gonna go to Lollapalooza today. I'm kind of excited about that. I've never been before, and I think it's the second biggest music festival in America after Coachella. At least in terms of popularity.
Hello, Mr. Ornlu.
Jan Vanderloop with the 90 months. Wow, yeah, that's a long freaking time. Draft. I don't have one. Awesome. The random last pick literally doesn't matter because it's literally the last civ. All right, let me go ahead and set this up real quick. This is stage of Rage Forest 6. It is a play all 3. Awesome sauce. All right, welcome everybody to another fun-filled Rage Forest match. We will have for Team Viper, the man, the myth, the legend, in the orange as the 2P to the south, Hellar as the purple goths in the pocket, Frost 9 as the yellow Ethiopians in the other pocket, and Steak, who is off to a grand adventure, already losing a villager, as the red Italians on the north flank. So yeah, kind of an odd team that Viper has assembled. Hellar and Frost 9 are both two of the very best deathmatch players, but aren't really RM players as much. He gets a snag there, I guess. I don't know why this is inconsistent. Steak is a pretty good all-around player, but no one like tippy top tier. So yeah, kind of odd. Viper's team was ranked dead last. Meanwhile, for Team Mihai, we will have Mihai himself as the blue Incas on the north flank. Smoke-a-lot, who I don't know. Gonna be the Green Burgundians in the pocket. Lieutenant Dan MT is gonna be the Cyan Slobs in the other pocket. And the Sky Bear Sorakuma is gonna be the Grey Ketons here on the south flank with a lot of idle time. Smoke-a-lot, yep. It for Germany and Deathmatch Nations Cup. Oh yeah, that's true. Norway doesn't field much of a team for Deathmatch Nations Cup, so it makes sense you'd want to play with Germany. All right, so looking at the choke points, we have a very tiny one here and a very tiny one there. Pretty easy to wall, although there was a lot of ill fighting. There's a wolf here. And then over on this side, it's also two very tiny choke points. So, yeah, there's like some spiderwebby stuff going on this side. It's much more of a solid arc on this side. Very small choke points. That is actually Sora's villager, so there is the potential for a sneak, although Hellarsville seems to be in hot pursuit. And now Redsvilles are over here as well, maybe trying to get an even more forward wall or something like that. Oh, we'll be resigning to that wall over there. So, civs. Incas versus Italians. Italians definitely have the advantage overall in terms of a low eco play. Got monks, archers, bombard cannons, all that stuff is good. Incas will be able to provide cheap halbs and kameyuks later on, and they also have cheap towers, which are pretty good. But in general, yeah, Italians are just a better civ, even without a pond, as this version of Black Forest has no pond. Khitans versus 2P. Both pretty awkward civs to make work. Interesting that Viper would take the weakest civ. Yeah, 2P are the third to last pick, and Khitans are the last pick. Dry Rage Forest? Yeah, basically. Nope, that's not done. So on the one hand, Blackwood Archers are a really good sort of, you know, low eco pressure unit. And they can provide a lot of DPS over the course of the game, and their towers are also very good with Curare. On the other hand, they die horribly to siege onagers, which obviously you have here from Lieutenant Dan. Meanwhile, Khitans are a lot more flexible, and they have a good economy. The issue is going to stem from the fact that they just don't really have the obvious power units, although the Liao Dao are quite good. We'll have to see if we're going to see some of those. The mounted trebuchets are also a very solid unit for sniping enemy siege. They're actually quite good at that. So it's not like Khitans are worthless. They don't have like the raw power of 2P, but they also don't have the weaknesses. Meanwhile, pocket combo, Slavs and Burgundians, you have one of the best infantry siege civs here with Slavs, especially with no pawn. They're going to love that. Not forced to fish boom, we can just really leverage that Slav eco. Not banned? Yeah, I guess it's never has been banned. You have all these walls seemingly... No, Red's still punching. Kind of surprising. You'd think as Italians you just want to sit back. Oh my goodness. Were you aware that it's very exciting being a corgi? Puppy Runner upgrade incoming here, looking to apply a bit more pressure. Yeah, Slav's top tier pocket. Burgundians, not at all a top tier pocket. In that Paladin role, they're basically just a worse Franks. Their gunpowder's a bit better than Franks, but they're just the Paladins, the thing that you need them for in the first place. Not that good. So that you can see that, you know, they're not putting all their eggs in one basket. Combining a weaker cav civ with a stronger infantry siege civ. And it's more important to have a better infantry siege civ. Meanwhile, this is a different approach entirely. Ethiopians are an infantry and siege civ, just like Slavs are in the case of Black Forest, although they do have the Arbalest option. But obviously Halbs and sometimes Chotels are often what you see with Ethiopians. And then they have top tier siege. Goths are interesting, right? Because you have no mobility with this combo between Ethiopians and Goths. And you're up against one of the best Goth killer civs in Slavs. That's gonna be awkward. I mean, you'll do well versus Burgundians, I guess, but... yeah. This could get really painful. Goths are very, very matchup dependent. Like, I just played Goths yesterday on Arena as Huns. I did not have a fun time in that game. Nope, just some stone walls here. Two giant slow armies in two places? You don't really have the pop space for that. You only get 210 population as Goths. Anyway. Huh. I mean, Rage Forest players love to be aggressive. But so even with this forward wall, you have Dan coming in with the Siege Monk play. Which isn't, like, necessarily bad, but Viper is almost certainly going to try and get to Blackwood Archers. Oh, thanks you, Jeannot Lepin. Glad you liked it. For the first ever lecture that I have given, I thought it went pretty well. Anyway, Frost is booming. Mokalot's booming. Dan isn't. Like, even Kellar is going to have the extra TC up right now. And it feels like, on this side, the best way to lose the game is if you let the Goth player outboom you with Slavs. Kellar's got the Mangonel here. But... oh, now the Chompies are here. I mean, this is all about catching your opponent off guard. Well, remember, in Black Forest, the flanks are basically locked up into facing each other, but the way I frame it the way I do, where I talk about the flank matchups and then I talk about the pockets as a combo, is because the pockets can build up their military wherever they like. You can put it on either side. So we could even see, like, 3v3 on one side and a 1v1 on the other. 2v2, we could have purple build-up army this way, yellow build-up army this way. It's really all about the combos. Anyway, Castle coming in here from Sorakuma. This is so much more aggressive than I thought they'd be playing with their civs. But you know what? You can't argue about something that's working. And Viper clearly caught off guard by this. Palisade walls being rushed up for Kellar. Obviously, that's all Goths can do. The Chompies are here, and Viper is getting absolutely rolled. Also, why is Viper, the team captain and best player, on the weakest civ? That makes no sense to me. Petard's coming in. To be fair, Liao Dao also obliterate Goths. Well, actually, I said that, and I lost a game as Khitans versus Goths when I made Liao Dao. Yeah, honestly, the Petards are kind of overkill. Is Viper stuck? Is Viper full step sibling in the washing machine? I think he is, guys. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Meanwhile, Smoke-a-Lot's happily booming away, so is Frost9. Mihai can be going with his own Siege Monk play, and I mean, obviously, very, very aggressive approach. Slingers here are going to try and do what they can. They are very good against those Mangonels, if they don't die. A bit awkward there. Yeah, this is the magic of Black Forest, right? You can pressure on both sides. Mihai's push over here wasn't doing anything, so he just sent the few Chompies over onto the other side. The Chompies were able to snipe a Mangonel and garrison the Ram, so they're able to push down the front even better. That's good team play. Making sure that your allies are getting as much value as possible. Meanwhile, Viper, you know, he could easily be defeated this game. Unless I'm very much mistaken, he did not escape. Yeah, 34 villagers. 34 villagers in total, so no villagers have escaped. He didn't have the opportunity. Slingers will hold the line for now. Another TC coming in here. It's still a bit odd, again, to see Slavs playing so aggressive here. I mean, we're going to have the 4th TC coming in from Kellar. He's at 64 to 52 vills. Ball's coming in here from Frost9. Mihai still stuck on 1. He's nowhere near Imperial Age, though. I mean, I guess he's not horrendously far away, but still, you know, a little ways off. Red's booming, though. And chances are, by the time that Mihai can click up to Imperial, Snake's already going to be on a very strong economy. He learned how to die slow. Is Monaz the Ornlu of pockets? Just let his teammates die. Slingers doing work against the Mangonel, but a lot of Slingers are dying in the process, but is it enough to get this castle up? That's all that Viper cares about. And that's going to be huge for Viper's abilities to die slowly here. You never go full Ornlu? I would never go full Ornlu. Meanwhile, we have Gourd Tower coming in. 3 Mangonels. This is quite a lot, for sure. Also pick up Fortified Wall Stake. You know you want to. A maximum of 70% Ornlu. You know, we all have our limits. Anyway, Imp is on the way here from Mihai. And the Blackwood Archer production has started. Ooh, having to delete that Mangonel. Yep, castles are slap fighting. There's an extra ram here, though. But the Slingers will help a lot in at least taking out the rams pretty quickly. We'll force some extra repairs from Viper, but honestly, Viper isn't super relevant anyway. It's all about him dying slowly. And to Viper's enormous credit, he isn't dead. He's on 45 vills. He's not loving life. Gray's on 3 TCs behind this. Now Purple's on the way up to him. This has to be huge here from Kellar. He's already knocking down the stone walls here to try and bust out onto this side, but there is going to be a timing when Dan isn't fully set up because he went with such an aggressive approach in early Castle Age. So Kellar is going to need to make something happen. And right now, Onager coming in. And like I said, I really don't love Mihai's approach here. It feels way too slow for it being a fast M. Like, there's literally already Onagers here. Albs are coming forward. You need to be careful. Incas do have solid monks. But 46 vills to 81 right now, and Stake is on the way to Imperial Age. Castle's going to be coming in here from yellow. Just deleting a bunch of walls there. I got canceled? I got canceled? Oh, that's a lot of petards from Sora. And now come the barracks from Kellar. Again, Team Viper has a very real opportunity here. They have the score lead, despite Viper being in a pretty bad way, but I also feel like that's in part Mihai not having the best approach. Got Anarchy, and that Goth spam's gonna start pretty darn soon. With McDonald's lunch? I don't really eat McDonald's. And canceled their Ornlu subscription. Oh boy. Mokalot's over here with some Cavalier. The stables... What stables over here? No, I didn't. Okay, I didn't miss that. Yeah, so he just has some stables at home. But he is starting to build siege workshops over here, and Burgundians do have good bombard cannons. The good old BBBBC. And obviously, no Blackwood archers anymore. Goth spam is starting, and yes, Goths can easily challenge the Burgundian paladins with their halbs. Good walls from Viper, again. Just making yourself useful. I mean, isn't an Ornlu subscription one of the worst possible returns on investment? Alright, Bill's there repairing the trebuchets. And you do have these monks with block printing. Gonna force away the onagers quite effectively. Fake now coming in with the castle. It's gonna be a little bit before he can properly support. Probably with arbalests or hand cannoneers. We'll likely want to switch into Genoese crossbowmen at some point. Ecco che becco bello. Halbs are here. I mean, a few Liao Dao, although the halbs are very bad against them, aren't going to do all that much. Without folder emojis. But this channel does have folder emojis. And Team Viper pushing back, guys. Gray's on his way up to Imp. But he's not really that far ahead of Viper in terms of economy. And that castle's under heavy pressure. You have some Goth condos coming out, of course. Classic combo there. The subscription's value, for sure. Alright, Pyrotechnica coming in, so it will be hand cannoneers to start things off. Pyrotechnica is a very good upgrade. That's a elite Shotel warrior. Gonna help challenge the halbs very effectively. Not sure what that's about, Frost. Got lamellar armor coming in. I mean, again, Liao Dao are super, super good against Goths, but their castles are under heavy pressure. And Viper is at least with a little bit of an army, you know? And now the pass-through damage hand cannons are coming in for the Italians, and those monks are getting shredded. The Shotels are here to support as well with their little backpacks. And right now, guys, look at this. 187 to 72 military. I know Goths are a part of it, but still, this is going to be very tough to stop. Cyan's going to try and come in with the Siege Onagers and Druzhina infantry, but again, I don't love the approach. Hand cannons here doing work. Stake is so far ahead of Mihai. Mihai's got nothing. And good old Cav Archers for Burgundians. Absolutely not a misclick. Totally intentional. Doesn't like of killing the Incas. They're getting there. I wouldn't worry too much about their Inca killing skills. maybe the idea was that because they have two deathmatch players that they'd go aggressive, but I think that you need to play the civs and you need to play the map. Right now, everything falling apart for Team Mihai. Neither flank is in an especially great spot. The Liao don't have elite. Burgundian Paladins aren't going to do anything. Bit of a Pausarino coming in. Got stuck in Castle Age, I know. But that's why you have the weakest player on your team on the worst civ. 2P, the worst Black Forest civ on this this Eastern team. Also, I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, that's a lot of hand cannons. I really think that Stake is just so heavily outperforming Mihai on this side. Like, yeah, Sora and Dan's push here was effective, but it's not... It came at a significant cost, right? Got the cheap bombard cannons here. You mean what seed was Viper? The last seed. I mean, it makes sense with such a noob on the team. Okay, seriously, what's the issue here? Hellar having full freezes. Uh-oh. Brick lasagna. Alright, hopefully everything's okay with Kellar. Look at those head cannoneers here from Italians. Gonna be murking everything. Oh my goodness. Yep. Design proposal? Sure, why not? Uh-oh, that doesn't look good. Age of slideshows here. Uh-oh. Alright. Looks like we've stabilized. Anyway, Goth infantry coming in, and as great as the Liao Dao are, they are not elite. And there's also only going to be one castle from which to train them in just a second. The siege onagers are amazing versus both Goths and 2P, but you just don't have the population. It's 2 army right now for gray, 6 army for blue. If your Burgundians player is top scorer, that's a problem. And this game is going to be going the way of Team Viper, despite Viper himself able to contribute very little. Hello, hello. The castle coming in here from Lieutenant Dan. Again, like, why not just let Slavs get to post-imp and slaughter everything? F? What are you talking about? Yeah, the champion should do pretty well versus the show tells. Oh, you want this. But yeah, they're going to have to tap out. And Team Viper taking game number 1 in pretty quick fashion for Rage Forest. Everybody except Viper. It's like everyone's like, I'm doing my part, says Frost. I'm doing my part, says Steak. I'm doing my part, says Kalar. And Viper, you know, he's there. He exists. He is present. Anyway, Steak, insane KD there. And Viper honestly actually did play quite well. Like, they invested so much into, you know, killing Viper, and they didn't even completely kill Viper. Alright, let's see. What the heck? This is like old school internet here. What? Is this like a broken link or something? That, feels like I'm back in 2005. I just clicked the link that folder sent. New European banknotes? Sure. Anyway, it was Ethiopians winning, and Italians, and Goths, and Tupi winning over Slavs, and Burgundians, and Incas, and Khitans. So, not quite as much draft priority. Nah, I guess it's pretty close. Anti-US protection. Well, where are the images? Design groups. Oh, here we are. Design A is a bunch of famous Europeans. All right. Design B are birds. Design C, more famous Europeans. I don't like this one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, not a big fan of this one. Oh. I definitely don't like the vertical banknotes. You don't keep them in your wallet vertically. I mean... The €5 one is at a very weird angle. Oh, this is... Interesting. Oh, are they the same Europeans in every single one? It looks like it. Yeah, that's Beethoven. Yeah, it's very modern art. Like, as an art piece, I like it. Like, in terms of, do I think it's a cool art style? I do. But is it something that you should have on a banknote? Again, I really don't like the vertical ones. This one's fine. Yeah, this is nice. I like this one. Again, I don't like the vertical ones whatsoever. This is literally the European Central Bank's website. Flip them? Ah, I guess you can flip them. But again, like, why? Why? So, Atelier Gopur Topung. Yeah, I like this design H1. I think that one's my favorite. You have the nature on one side, and you've got the modern European institutions on the other side. Chose those ones. Yep. I mean, most of the time you're only seeing these three anyway, in regular circulation. Yeah, I saw Madame Curie and Da Vinci as well as Beethoven, but I didn't know the other ones. Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be right back. Uh-huh. Alright. Lack of Eastern European people? Yeah. Failed to download match content. Alright. Oh, the bagpipes. Alright, guys, here we are. Game number 2. First win so far will be from Team Viper, who will be swapping out Kellar for Motastic. So different positions now. We'll have Motastic in the orange as the poles here on the flank. No longer that good of a flank civ because they don't have the villager HP regeneration in Dark Age. They used to be a very solid flank civ, but now not so much. Games after casting? I mean, I don't know. Probably not. Match their civs? Well, Poles are not an orange civ, and Muisca are not a purple civ, so there's already a massive fail. Dravidians are not a blue civ. Do them being from Bavaria. There you go. But yeah, Motasic, orange Poles on the flank. Frost 9 gonna be the purple Muisca in the pocket. Snake gonna be the yellow Persians in the other pocket. And Viper the red Briton. So Viper now pulling out all the stops. Muisca's proper color, yellow. Muisca yellow, Inca cyan. Mapuche red. UP. I'm buck the trend, and I'm gonna say that they're gray. I think they're a gray civ. Don't be ridiculous. Dravidians are a red or green civ. Anyway, Lieutenant Dan is going to be the gray Vietnamese here on the west flank, so switching up the roles. Bokalot's going to be the cyan Khmer in the pocket. Mihai going to be able to play pocket this time. He is going to be the green Celts. And Sorakuma is going to be the blue Dravidians here on the east flank. Note that this is a maximum pondage version of Arabia. Black Forest here. Everybody's got a pond. Kind of have to have, like, green go over here and cyan go over here, but whatever. Oh, thanks to the raid, Otter. We do have some deathmatch players in this one. Viper has the correct color? Yeah, Red Britons is certainly the correct color. I think he's the only one, though. Well, Celts in green works if they're representing the Irish. Also, Cyan Khmer is the correct color for sure. Pondage? It's absolutely a PDSM stream. What a great time to raid. Oh, jeez. Anyway, walls up over here. Narrow choke point over here. You have a trident choke point over here. Mo has to be red too. Yeah, poles are definitely red. Muisca in purple? No. Muisca are yellow. It's El Dorado. So, let's take a look at the civs now. Poles versus Dravidians. Now, this is interesting because Dravidians are usually played as a pocket civ. As flank, they're okay, but you're gonna want to take a more of a high eco flank approach as opposed to a fast imp approach. In general. Your units tend to be a bit more on the expensive side. You know, you like your elephant archers. You don't really have the best, like, fast imp arb play. You don't have the monk play. You'd rather just get to your big blob of either halbs or elephant archers, or both. So Sora's likely going to want to take a bit of a more defensive approach here. Whereas poles, you kind of want to swamp your opponent with cavalry, but again, they're not a very good low eco civ. Poles just aren't very good on a Black Forest. Like, they used to be at least good in the Vil fights, but yeah, they're the second to last pick for Team Viper. Are Saracens low eco? Saracens can do either. The thing is, they're such an insane... Like, they're a good flank and an insane pocket. So, you'd rather play them pocket most of the time, just because Mamluk Siege Onager is kind of unbeatable. You know, other side, Britons versus Vietnamese. Now, on the one hand, Britons are a better flank civ than Vietnamese. I mean, they are the kings of just holding on and then slow pushing. I mean, that's always been the case, always will be. This is really where Britons can excel. That said, Vietnamese are one of the best anti-archer civs. Rattan archers and imp terms are not things that Britons like dealing with. And although you can poke them away with, you know, castles and werewolf trebuchets and all that, you know, Vietnamese, it's a better matchup, for sure. Hindustanis are more of an orange civ than a gray civ. Goes all the way back to the original Prithviraj being an orange campaign. Yep, Kellar, big noob confirmed. Now this is play all three. Alright, pocket combos, Khmer and Celts. Now that is a very solid combo. Khmer are decent as a pocket civ, although they're not going to be the happiest force. Actually, they're not fish booming at all. You know what? Respect Smoke a lot. Don't give in to big fish boom. You're a farming civ with Khmer. That eliminated? I don't know. You can look it on Wikipedia. +80 longbows? That sure would be fun. Yeah, Khmer are absolutely supported by Big Pharma. Not Big Fish Boom. I don't actually think this is, like, objectively good. There's a reason that every civ fish booms when they can, but, you know, respect Smoke a lot. Respect. But yeah, Khmer, they can do an early Imp Cavalier play with a good eco, and then switch into Battle Elephants later. You also have the option for both Ballista Elephants and Scorpions, depending on what the situation calls for, which is helpful. Also, you're getting that combo. Rarely does the team bonus combo really matter that much in Black Forest, but last game, you know, Goth Condos are a great usage of one, and Khmer Scorpions being given to Celts. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I mean, Celts are, you know, the kings of Black Forest, alongside Mongols. Back in my day, it was Spanish, Celts, Mongols, and Koreans. Or, not Koreans. Spanish, Celts, Mongols, and, Britons. No, Kodos are from Warcraft. I just remember the stupid campaign mission where the Tauran chieftain's like, the Kodos must be protected. That was annoying. Alright, Ram coming in here for me. Again, we're seeing a very aggressive approach. Now, we are having the extra TC still added in. You get lots of wood as the Celts, but still. Pocket combo on this side, Musica and Persians. Persians are basically the primo cav civ, and Savars are insane, and then you can eventually get to War Elephants. Surichim? I don't know that one. Musica? No, the devs clearly know that the civ is the Musica. Wait. Okay, yeah, looks like there was a dock that I missed. Taurus. Oh, okay. Why are the graphics so bad? This is literally standard AoE 2 graphics. So Muisca are here likely going to be a Temple Guard and Siege Onager civ. I haven't really seen this be effective so far. But we'll see. We'll see. Ooh, it's actually Dan with the double fish boom. Whereas Cyan is just content to go ahead and farm. Shut up, Flamingo. They changed the name of both Incas to Inca, and Mayans to Maya. I think especially with Native American people groups, they are especially sensitive when it comes to naming conventions. They did the same thing in Age of Empires 3. Mayans are a correct pluralization. Maya are as well. I don't know why that's such a big deal. Inca definitely is a little bit more accurate than Incas. But considering neither are correct in the actual Incan language, like, again, it feels like we're splitting hairs. Almost nice, and yet not quite.
Almost nice.
Oh, nice Mangonel hit there. That was nice. Buy some pork belly? I do love me some pork belly. Our white skin again. There are things in Age of Empires that feels like the priorities are wrong. Oh my goodness! Holy cow, guys! Can we take a moment to appreciate that Frost Knight just obliterated that? That's Mihai. Mihai should have better micro than Frost. I mean, our deathmatch is much more about execution and macro than pure low unit number micro. Is AoE 2, is it the older version of the actual version? This is DE. Like, this is literally the modern version of AoE. And again, the completely normal graphics. I mean, I don't have the HD graphics mod installed for like the super high res versions of stuff. That just like, it makes the computer super laggy, especially in big team games like this. But you really don't notice that most of the time. Am I winning? I feel like I'm not winning, but you know, such is life. All right, Dan here is Big Walls. They call him Dan Big Walls MT. So it will be a triple push on this side. I think this makes sense if the Khmer player is, especially if they're going elephants right away, which are obviously a lot slower than cavalry, less able to, you know, push on two sides at once, and you're up against Britons on this side who are very slow at pushing themselves. So I think this strategy actually makes a lot of sense. Now you can triple this side. Ray just has to fend off Viper. And we'll have to see how that one goes. General Squirrel? I don't know. I mean, it's only the regulars who are here these days. The poor lost souls. Alright, another TC coming in. Sora just now going to be getting to Castle Age, but he does have a big fish boom. So it's 55 to 44 bills actually in favor of the Dravidians player. 45 walls. Which colors? Dude, I'm colorblind, man. The general's so popular because I would rather hang out with a general than someone who's dirty. I don't know, like what? White, black, brown, pink. Like, I get those are the main ones that aren't in there. Yep. Various shades of gray. I have that dog in me? Oh no. Gotta open a Crayola box to find the proper colors. Like Robin's Egg Blue or something like that. Alright, the elbows are on the way. But you're not breaking through this anytime soon. The Great Wall of Vietnam. Got some petards and Arumi. Although, again, like, I'm kind of surprised you're not taking a more of a high eco approach with Dravidians. What do I think of the new DLC? Oh, it's interesting. I mean, if you're going to do a DLC in Europe, I think a Viking DLC isn't the worst thing ever, although I personally don't think that the Vikings, they needed to add extra Viking civs at all, but, you know. You know, when will they stop adding civs? When it doesn't make monetary sense to do so. You can always add new civs. But unfortunately, Death Counter, what you want individually does not matter to... Wait, hold on. What's this? Oh, my goodness. They are doing something tricky, tricky, tricky. Oh, interesting. Well, one, this isn't... You literally can't wall to the edge of the map. I thought it would just be battle elephants pushing on this side, but no. Stakes coming in here. That's going to be the full walls, but it's not going to take much time to realize that you just have to cut over that way. Or I guess the petards will do the trick anyway. And those are in, but there's even another petard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Remember, you can't garrison the fishing ships anymore. Interesting stable, or market, not stable. I don't think we have Dravidian stables. I mean, they're trying to plan for a big cut over here, but why would you want to go Ballista Elephants versus Savars? That's my question. Savars have the extra Pierce armor relative to Paladins. Well, I mean, to be fair, that is just Stake running around and taking a bunch of damage. Team Viper with a big army value lead for now. But there's Savar in. +4 defense is going to be in here shortly, but that's honestly a lot of cavalry units that have already died. Elves are here as well from Mihai. Or archers. Well, Ballista Elephants aren't archers. They're siege weapons and cavalry. No elite Ballista Elephant yet. And Yeoman, as the docks are coming in as well from Viper, getting some Navy upgrades. But that's going to be a lot of Savars running into stuff. You have some Fire Lancers here as well from the Vietnamese player. Onagers being brought forth, and those are going to be very good versus the Ballista Elephants. There really isn't anything to kill Onagers right now, even if Persian Onagers aren't very exciting. Well, on this side, oh, we got our elite Temple Guards in. Stronghold is on the way. Need to get some Woad Raiders. The Therasadai are out for Sorakuma. Yeah, Savars and elite battle elephants are both great. I mean, the elite Temple Guards look awesome. And again, you do get fully upgraded siege onagers as the Musica. Got Warwolf here from Viper, and things are really starting to heat up. The Ballista Elephants are elite. It looks like they have full upgrades. Except Bloodlines, I think. And this is where you need siege onagers, guys. Where is purple? Coming for the Vikings? I don't think so. At least not in a significant way. Oh, my goodness. Here we are, guys. Look at this. Longbowmen are here at the back. They are going to need to be careful of the Ballista Elephants. And although the infantry units are dying at the front, the Ballista Ellies remain tall. There just aren't any siege onagers on this side. And where is Frost? He's got onagers coming on. I mean, he's pushing on this side, but the issue is over here. Towers coming in here from Viper. He's trying to hold the line. Oh, Ballista Elephants can be very scary. 51 kills on those bad boys already from Smoke a Lot. Except Bloodlines? Oh, they nerfed the Ballista Elephant that HP. That's why. I forgot about that. Yep, that is some dead longbows, all right. Anyway, champions are here to deal with the Temple Guards. Some winged hussars as well. Now, are there enough champions to deal with the Temple Guards? I mean, champions are very good against Temple Guards because of their shock infantry. Yeah, those guys are going to get obliterated. Ongo. Yeah, this is where you need to bring in your own siege to help out with matters. Staggered formation helps, though. Tastic coming in with the castle. I mean, he's on 129 vills. He's got a good amount of pole farms. And on this side, it's just the Ballista Ellies are standing tall. Viper, or not Viper, I'm so used to him in yellow. Stakes Persian Auditors are like the best thing he's got at the moment, which isn't amazing. Got Arbs now coming in. Winged Hussars on this side to help deal with the hand cannons from Sorakuma. Siege Auditor just now started from green. Yeah, the Temple Guards really aren't cutting it right now. Now, the keeps are very good. They've got almost all upgrades. They just need architecture, but they got their 8+9 attack right now. That's obviously a ton of damage. Now, trade is also somewhat denied, although honestly, you're not getting good trade around that pond anyway. But right now, Team Mihai have the big army value lead, despite not really having map control. Oh, the auditors are here. SO not in quite yet. Paper money. Gotta get that money. Yeah, Temple Guards just not enough here. Bombard support from Dan. Krebs starting to go after those buildings. Viper still with a decent amount of longbows. And now the Celt Siege Onagers are in. Celtic Fury is on the way. Well... Oh yeah, it affects Trebs now, too. I forgot about that. 210 HP for your trebuchets. Pretty crazy, honestly. With Trebs? I mean, it's not that great, but, you know, you gotta do what you can. Ballista Elephants don't really clump up that much because they're so big. And, 200 pierce damage, although a lot, is not really that great when it has a reload time of 10. Alright, Longbowman still here, though, hanging in the back. Ballista Elephant numbers are indeed falling. Shouldn't need 50 vills on wood going for Ballista Elephants. And right now, guys, Team Mihai is pushing. I feel like maybe you needed to prioritize Siege Onagers faster with the Wiska. I don't know. I mean, you want to get there eventually. I mean, absolutely. Viper knows that. It's just a matter of you need to be able to sustain production for them. Like, you usually want to just take efficient fights, build up a huge bank, and then get rid of vills. And there we go. Trebs are down. Bombards are coming in. Viper's team trying to make something happen on this side. Winged Hussars are going to be very good against those hand cannoneers. Won't need to replenish them. Yeah, but you need to be able to save up resources to afford them all effectively in the first place. Again, Viper should be phasing out Vills over time. Oh, the Caravanserais from Stake. You know that's what we like to see around these parts. Just some helps here from Dan. And the occasional Fire Lancer. The towers are coming in as well from Viper. The thing is, the game isn't likely going to be won by pushing Britain. That's not usually how that works, at least until you can get a bunch of siege onagers, or siege rams rather, which isn't really the case at the moment. On this side, the Winged Hussars are going in. Viper's team have the score lead. Viper top score by the huge margin, thanks to that Britain KD. Yeah, Viper's score is bloated by the fact that he's killing a bajillion units. Oh, and the Temple Guards have broken through as well. Uh-oh, Team Mihai starting to fall off the wagon here. Green only has one siege onager right now. Got no Woad Raiders, just Halbs. Oh yeah, this is what Britons are famous for, right? Just doing this exact thing. Which is why, in the first place, I thought that it would be Lieutenant Dan going full walls, just stalling out Viper, because Viper's not going to be able to push through a gigantic layer of fortified walls into Vietnamese with Britons if the Vietnamese player's going for rattan archers and imp skirms and stuff like that. Going to be one of the best civs at out-camping Britons specifically. And they just push with battle elephants and Celt siege on this side with whatever Dravidian stuff. Are they, though? Because, again, you're still trying to push the side with Britons here. The trade rate? I mean, yeah, it's not looking great at all for Team Mihai. Yeah, Sora is not loving life. That's that elite Obuki coming in. Stop! Hammerzite! Oh, this one. Yeah, it's all cleaned up. There were like just some Halbs here and like one siege onager. Now we got some bombard towers coming in from Poles. Hold off Persians. I mean, the thing is, like, how are you getting through to even like swamped with Persians? And again, I don't know why Green has such a low number of siege onagers here. Good old Dravidian pikeman. Alb's about to be in. But yeah, I mean, this is just not at all working out here for Team Mihai. Is a lot? Well, to be fair, if you add up all their HP, it's a lot. And now the Pole BBTs are coming in. Let's go, Jadwiga 4. Onagers here doing work. I still don't like as awesome as ballista elephants are. I feel like again the goal should be to push with Celt Siege and Chimera elephants on this side. I don't think that really ever gets stopped on battle. No, those are war elephants. Battle elephants have elite battle elephants have 300 HP. Anyway, those are some good SO hits. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a Treebeard certified one right there. Oh my goodness. Since when do war elephants need a nerf? Also, I generally don't like units that mess around with pop space too much. It's one of the things that makes Age of Empires beautiful is that we have a thing called pop efficiency. Treebeard mark, yep. Viper continuing to push over here. 25k army value to 9.2k. And we got Caravanserais all over the place, gonna make trade raiding even more difficult. Heated shot coming in here from Viper. Very important to kill these ships faster. More onagers from Viper doing onager things. War Elephant? Well, usually the Rage Forest games have been very fast. Usually one side wins before all that long. Or has an irrevocable advantage like Team Vipers has had for a little while. At the very least, Temple Guards are very good at destroying buildings. And of course, they kill the Hald super well. Now we got some Pole Cavalier incoming. I like how Motastic doesn't really have an obvious unit to make. He's made Arbs, he's made Obuk, he's made Winged Hussars, he's made Cavalier. You know, just you make pole things, I guess. But yeah, no Woad Raiders ever gotten to. Siege Onager numbers were never above, like, 5 at most. I mean, despite Mihai's very high score, it feels like he actually needs to have also done a little bit more. Castle there falls. I mean, Grey never got to a good army either. Yeah, AoE 2 doesn't have any, you know, we need less cringy civs like AoE 2, like the Danes, and less cringy civ, refer to the less cringy civs of AoE 4 like Joan of Arc and Euphase Legacy. Has decreased notably as well. I think it's really hasn't it been like 2 DLCs a year for like a while? Alright. Game is super over. Team Viper will get the win, which they definitely needed. Good old Britain's Katie right there. This is Viper in that carry role. Doing work, of course, and I mean, you're pushing into a brick wall. Ready. Towers were awesome. Just completely locked down this side, and I just don't love the approaches here from Team Mihai. I really don't. Ugh. Don't do that. Remember, though, every single win matters. And that's Celts, and Vietnamese, and Khmer, and Dravidians losing. So we know the last game civs will be Koreans, Bengalis, Magyars, Malians. So, Korean, Magyar, pocket, Bengali, Malian flank. I guess. Decaying alive, yeah. And this is definitely Vikings flank. Every sperm. I don't know. I don't think every sperm matters. In my life, I've wasted a lot more than I've used effectively. Britain's late game on Black Forest? Siege Rems. Siege Rams with a bunch of stuff behind it. But Britons are a #1 pick for a reason. Like, they are very, very good, but they're not uncounterable. But like I said, the entire approach, I think, was flawed. Like, and Celts are actually one of the best civs at stopping them. Like, imagine Viper trying to do anything when you have 378 HP Celt Siege Rams. Soaking up all the arrow fire. Jeez. Suck it up. Oh, no. Ferrari grade? No, only Mongol Siege Rams are Ferrari grade. Celt Siege Rams are more like, like, what are those big trucks? Land Rovers? Or like a big Dodge pickup truck? Big Jeep? SUV? I don't know. I often drive a RAV4. It doesn't really feel that exciting. A Hummer? Yeah, those. Like a Humvee. Alrighty. Let's get here into game number 3. Let's see if Team Mihai can put a point on the board. I wanted to check earlier before I got distracted was if... what was Team Mihai's record was. No, Team Mihai hasn't won a game yet. Actually, neither Team Viper nor Team Mihai has won a game yet. Rip. Alright, here we are. Game number 3. Just the one choke point over here. Decently sized one, but yeah, just the single choke point. And on the west, it's a bifurcated choke point, but this one's very tiny. And it's also a 2-pond per team Black Forest. That's a weird looking pond. It's not bugged, but it just looks weird. It looks like there was a pond here, and then somebody took, like, the medium grass 1 brush in the editor and just went... That was the technical term. The Vikings are literally the last civ. Remember, half the civs are banned, or, like, over half the civs are banned. 2 civs are banned per team, and then you just pick from the remaining civs available. So, Vikings are literally the last pick. Anyway, Motastic is going to be here in the orange as the Vikings to the west for Team Viper. Looking good so far. Kellar are going to be tagging back in, and he will be the purple Lithuanians in the pocket. Steak will be the yellow Japanese in the other pocket. And Viper will be in the red as the way here on the flank. So, I was curious about the exact positions, but this certainly works just fine. Meanwhile, Smoke-A-Lot... oh, sorry. Dan is going to be the Grey Malians here on the east flank. Smoke-A-Lot going to be the Syad Magyars in the pocket. Mihai, the Green Koreans in the other pocket. And Sorakuma is the Blue Bengalis on the west flank. Lots of Vil fighting over here. I mean, Vikings against Bengalis absolutely want to be going Vil fighting. Bengalis are a very good flank civ. They can do the low eco monk stuff. They can do Ratha stuff. and they can do high eco full elephant archers, or battle elephants as needed. So yeah, Bengali's so much better than the Vikings are here. Meanwhile, Malians versus Wei. I'm kind of surprised that Japanese are now a pocket civ these days. Back in the day, they were a flank civ. But I guess, especially with cav archers and fish booming both being so much more popular now than they used to be, I think it makes a lot more sense. Japanese just want to get a huge fish boom and then, you know, push with towers, good halbs, cav archers, whatever. Samurai sometimes, champions sometimes. They don't have siege onagers, but they do at least have onagers with siege engineers, and they have a lot of other very strong units, and they have good towers and a good fish boom, so they're still very, very good as a pocket civ, for sure. And then... oh yeah, Wei Malians, both civs feel kind of underwhelming. On a low eco setting on a closed map, I kind of like Malians more for the Gebetto shenanigans. I feel like that's pretty good. If it goes to late game as well, I feel like Wei aren't that good either. But Motaska should be feeling pretty happy about this. Having a huge Vil fight is exactly what you want to be doing against Bengalis. But yeah, pocket combos, Magyars, and Koreans. Lithuanians are just better than Magyars. Oh, no, smoke a lot. That's an Ornlu right there. Magyar is basically... Oh, no! Smoke a lot! No! Oh, no. But yeah, I mean, Late Shire are just better than Magyar Paladins. Pretty simple. The Koreans, they are the X Factor. But it feels like Team Mihai's had the best infantry siege civ in all 3 games so far. Game 1, they had Slavs. Game 2, they had Celts. And Game 3, they had Koreans. Those are all very good civs. Towers, Fire Lancers, Halbs, War Wagons, Rocket Carts, all that stuff. Extremely good for the Koreans. And I do think they are better than Japanese in this this context. What did I open? What? Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Sora's even engaging in this. By the way, it should just be both pockets on each team fish booming, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Yep. Yep. A box. I didn't open a box at all. What are you talking about, Curry? Hey. I got a new hair dryer. That was exciting. All right, walls coming up forward here. But maybe there's just something I intrinsically don't get about Rage Forest, but I feel like when you have a significantly better civ than your opponent, throwing all of the Vils you have into a Vil fight doesn't really feel that great. For what? 2 inches of space? Need a hairdryer? I have very thick hair. I would much rather have thick hair that takes a little while to dry, even with a hairdryer, than not have enough hair. 2 inches of space? But like, yeah, but like, does it matter? Who cares if the wall is 3 tiles in total further north? Now you've basically both been dragged down and you're both really struggling in economy. You're just slowing down getting to your Bengali stuff. Every inch matters, does it now? Anyway, just, you know, just some towers over here. You know, doing tower things. Tower. Team Viper well ahead in economy at the moment, though. 11 fishing ships for stake. Nobody else in the game is even close to that. Whoa. it's not like Steak's Castle Age time is going to be bad either. Okay, this is a really sick build from Steak, whatever it is. Well, I say that. He's going to run out of fish very soon. We'll see how it, like, exactly pans out. But yeah, this looks like a really sick build. Up. Good walls. Steak is cooking. He's sizzling. Yep, he's on his way up to Castle Age. I mean, he's even faster than Kellar. Kellar has 7 fishing ships to the 12 of Steak. This is a thing that's happening. There you go. That's a barracks. Again, why are you playing so aggro? Turn his hacks on? Doesn't feel like it. I mean, I guess it's not really that lucky that you have a fish boom. I think it's a 20% chance of each, so it's like 20% chance for no pawns, 20% chance for 1, 2, 3, and 4 pawns per side. So the chances of you having at least 1 pawn to fish boom in with Japanese are very high. I think it's an 80% chance. Anyway, Sora is going to be going for a castle drop, it seems. Perfectly fine with the Bengalis. Play at least a little bit aggressive. Don't let the Vikings do what Dan did in the last game, where it was just like tons of fortified walls all over the place just to stall. Like castle drop and then boom behind it. I think I like that a lot. Anyway, Barrack's coming in here from Viper. Still not entirely sure what he wants to do yet. He's not on stone for a castle. Or adding in TC, so again, no idea what he wants to do. Not like John Bay the Raider is going to do anything. But yeah, like, why is Mihai doing this? Wouldn't you just want your Koreans player to get to post-imp? Where they're, like, one of the best civs? Again, towers, rocket carts, all that good stuff. Fire Lancers, Halbs, War Wagons. This just feels like such a waste. Like, you could do this with Ketons and it would look exactly the same. Well, I guess the Fire Lancers would be a bit more expensive, but, you know. Again, my point remains. Tastic. Well, Motastic's job is just to stall anyway, so he just needs to do that. Now, Kellar is going to help him out. Perhaps anticipating some aggression on this side. Going to have some knights to support with. But we saw this in game number 1, where Team Mihai made a really good push and basically killed the flank, but the flank was literally the weakest civ anyway. And then they just got, their pockets just got out-boomed, and then things got very sad. Okay, so it looks like Viper is going for John Bay the Raider. Sora being awesome and walling off every opening. Well, Steak walled up over there. What do you mean? I mean, yeah, Sora just walled like that. Anyway, Castle Age. Remember, rocket carts are better than mangonels versus buildings without masonry. Is it just me, or is it kind of backwards? Shouldn't the rockets be better against the units and the mangonels be better against the buildings? Whatever. Whatever. AoE logic. It's far from the most egregious lapse in logic in this game. Yeah, rocket cart's doing a ton of work here. And it's not like Mihai has no eco behind this. He is still adding in the TCs. He still has the little bit of a fish boom going. But again, his counterpart is Steak. Steak is on 76 eco units to 53. Like, that Japanese fish boom is huge, huge, huge. Is Castle Age going to be denied? That would certainly be another level of annoying. How's the wood sitch? Enough for now. Here come the Lancers of Fire. Okay, just bits of logic. That'd be a good video. Again, Castle Age coming in is really nice. You can now add extra TCs as Motastic. And again, Motastic's job is 1000% to die slowly so his pockets can boom freely. Now, Purple does have to help out a little bit, otherwise he's going to be completely steamrolled. But you can see 60 villas is not too bad for Kalar, especially with a Civ that doesn't have that much of an eco. I mean, the most logic things are, yeah, the stuff that literally breaks physics, like, you know, hitting the ground with a hammer and then the buildings popping up. Or elephants taking as much space in a transport ship as an archer. Or an elephant even fitting in the transport ship in the first place. Mihai's doing awesome. I mean, this is good pressure, for sure. I'm not going to sit here and say that it isn't. Again, though, look at Team Viper's Vil count. Do we really care that Motastic is in a bad spot? I'm sure Motastic would rather be happily booming away. All right, yeah. Oh! That's gone past the Treebeard fine hit. Now we're Gandalf hitting the head on the beam in Bilbo's Hobbit hole in Bag End. That's where the oh is, I think, most effective. Well, Qianbei Raiders do train much faster than Gebettos. Well, I mean, I guess you can train them in mass much faster than Gebettos. I think they actually probably, the Gebettos probably almost certainly train faster. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's not the castle-based aggression that I thought. I think that maybe, I think the idea was initially apply some pressure, drop the castle, then boom behind it so that you can't just have these giant fortified walls from Motastic. On the other hand, this has been so effective that Sorakuma doesn't need to add the castle drop, and I think he just needs to add an eco, so I think that's a really smart adaptation. Anyway, Motastic has escaped. And again, I feel like Motastic is doing a really good job here. He hasn't needed that much assistance from Kalar. Kalar's still on 96 fills. Now, Mihai's own boom behind this has been very good, but also Mihai's the team captain and the best player on his team, whereas Kalar should be one of the weakest players on his team. This has the makings, guys, of a game that could actually be quite good. Beautiful fish boom from Stake, though. Really, really sick build. Clearly, this is something he has practiced a fair bit. He's up against the Magyars on this side. Japanese Halbs are going to be a nightmare. Against Motastic, congratulations. All right, Castle coming in here from Mihai. His TC's taken 13,000 damage, BT dubs. Oh, what are those instas? Oh my goodness. No, Kalar. No, Kalar, we saw that, man. Kalar is a relatively frequent viewer of this stream, which means that we have even more right to make fun of him when he does something like that. Oh no. All right, Castle's in up over here. Keep in already for Stake. Dan's eco still isn't all that good. 60 vills for him. Viper, meanwhile, is on 69. But he's on 3 TCs. He's really getting his eco going as the way. Kind of would prefer to see that with Malians here. I do love these walls, though. These walls look great. But in general, the Sub-Saharan architecture set looks great. It's so distinctive. Then again, I like pretty much all the architecture sets in the game. All right. Castle number 2 in here for Mihai. No more wagons being produced just yet. Will count. They sure did. But Stake's already an imp. And I'm sure if we looked at total resources gathered, it would be higher here for Team Mihai. Holy cow, Stake. Stake, chill, man. He's also got 3. Stake. You have a Lithuanian's ally, Stake. What are you doing? Oh, man, what a jerk. What the heck, man? Your Lithuanian ally needs those. You don't need more eco. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, right now, big ol' walls from Lieutenant Dan. And it's going to be Cav Archers from Smoke a lot. How many ranged support units are you going? Unless Dan tries to go into, like, cavalry or infantry. I mean, I guess the idea is that you just don't want to be making paladins into Japanese halbs, which I understand. But I'm not sure if this is going to be good enough. At the very least, the Magyar Cav Archers are really good at holding the line. I actually think that Magyars are overtuned right now. I feel like the Death Ball is a little too good. I honestly wonder if maybe they could lose the extra attack again on recurved bow. 8 range Cav Archers with a faster train speed would already be very good. And you have the best Hussars in the game. With your Magyar Hussars. Anyway, Japanese stuff happening. Kachibruto Trebs, towers. Like I said, you are very good at holding. Heavy rocket cart coming in here from Mihai. First, the ships will help hold the line. Kellar, though, unable to actually get to a real army of cavalry, which could be an issue. Ipsong coming in. I mean, you have Korean and Japanese towers. That is the battle of the very good towers. Gebetto is going to try and come here and snipe trebuchets with the help of those CA. For a trash unit? Yeah. I think that also could be something. It just feels like a big blob of Magyar Hussars is so unkillable and so much easier to get to than Mangudai or Camel Archers. Anyway, rocket carts are in. You will be able to go for the big cut. Kellar will have another castle, though. Got the tension coming in here from Viper. Got that tension. What is Viper going to do, actually, here in Imp? That isn't a rhetorical question. I have no idea what Viper's plan is here. You don't really need Tiger. Well, actually, maybe Tiger Cav would help against the Cav Archers, but Magyar Cav Archers are really scary. Viper's game plan? No idea. I'm afraid we will have to see. 2 castles here from Sora. You want to get to Elephant Archers eventually, I feel. But again, like, how many support units are you going? Or ranged support units? Koreans do ranged support units, and it's going to be Mihai garrisoning towers with ARBs, which is a perfectly viable thing to do. Ooh, no siege engineers or Shinkichon yet. Hello, Maritine. Well, yep, looks like it will be Tiger Cav. I think especially against the Cav Archers, that probably makes the most sense. Meanwhile, Stake doing Japanese things. 4 relics. Man, if only there was a Civ on this side, that really would benefit from having a bunch of relics. Castle there is going to go down, though. Rocket Cart's gonna scooch over here and cut through that way. You're holding the line relatively well as Team Mihai to the south, but they need to keep pushing here to the west. Elite Magyar Hussar coming in. So maybe blue just goes battle elephants here. Maybe that would make the most... I mean, you're on 144 villagers right now. Yeah, you don't want to do that, though, with the Arbs. Another castle coming in. Tiger Cav here doing some raiding. Gray's only on 52 vills. Oh, that's so bad. I mean, Orange is only on 50, right? But Orange was completely evicted, and this is a way stronger push from Yellow than what Cyan can do. 11 trebs. Now that is fun. Like, Japanese have such cool stuff, man. Why do they need the Cav Archer nonsense? All right, Dravidian Army, Pikes both coming in. And I think you okay, he's getting Ballistic. Maybe he still wants to go Elephant Archers, but again, it feels like you're just doing overkill with support units. Or ranged units, or whatever you want to say. Like, somebody needs a melee unit. Anyway, this is looking terrifying. You bet it's an artillery strike. You're not doing anything against this, guys. Not with Magyars and Malians. Now, we already have more walls here from Dan. But this push just isn't going anywhere. Kellar is holding quite effectively. Scores are very close between the two teams. Still, stalling is exactly what you need to do here as Dan. Motastic is basically a non-factor at the moment. I don't know, maybe it's like armored. I really have no idea. Has Blue been slinging? No. I don't know, guys. He's got a lot of resources. He's just not spending them on anything. Okay, there's Siege Elephant coming in. Red player, well, I mean, it's position locked, right? So Viper wants to play flank, so he's playing in red. Well, still good stalling here. Oh! Oh, yeah, the Trebs just knocked down the fortified wall. Yeah, it's the rest of Viper's team, which is why they're the lowest seed. And to be fair, Mihai's team hasn't won a game yet. Although they're not looking bad here. Big fortified walls here from Stake. Mahayana coming in. But yeah, it's just, you really need to expedite the killing of your opponent. Oh, no! Rip. Again, Magyar Hussar, or Magyar Cav Archers and Magyar Hussars are both pretty silly units at this moment. There's Shinkichon coming in. But I really can't help but wonder that this is just a little too slow. How is Gray so dead? Because he got obliterated by this push from Stake. And Magyars couldn't really do enough against Japanese here. What? Oh, no. Oh, they might just call it after this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Why? Ah, they're dead. Yeah, like, that's... I just don't know why this push has gotten so... Oh, and everything's dying over here to Viper's Tiger Cav. Team Mihai just not in it today. Unless Blue's coming over to this side to help. I mean, again, it's not like Orange is doing anything anytime soon. But that was just so bad for Smoke-A-Lot. And it wasn't good for Mihai either, who honestly is not playing up to his usual level. Like, what is this, dude? Oh. What on earth is that? Jeez. And it's like Sora was so slow to get these elephants up and running. The populations are technically still competitive, as are the army values. It just doesn't feel like it. I mean, there really isn't a whole lot here that deals with elephants, but they've done such a poor job of pushing. And just look at this blob of yellow. It's beautiful. 25 towers with 91 kills. Still 10 trebs. And you've got the traction trebs to support as well. I mean, it's not like green has really any towers either. Got this one keep. Oh, that castle's gonna go down very fast. Like, Pikeman Arb from the pocket? Like, what is this? Okay, the rocket carts can help defend here, perhaps. Although the towers make that something of a nightmare. And the Tiger Cav are going to kill them very easily. And yet they somehow have the score lead right now, which is pretty crazy. I mean, the push is really kind of stalling. Marimba Unana is on the way. Well, I don't know. Got some halves here, but that is not likely going to be sufficient. Now the camels are here, though. They're still missing plenty of upgrades, but it's at least a step in the right direction. More towers coming in. 52 kills on these 14 trebuchets. $21K army value for Team Viper. I have no idea how they're not top scorer right now. I don't know why you're so afraid of all those halves. You take less bonus damage, and they don't even have as much melee armor, which hurts with your trample damage. I mean, that's gonna be pretty brutal. Chieftains is not in yet. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's gonna be a massacre. This ain't getting stopped, though. That's kind of an issue. Got, I guess, some light cav, but yeah. You're also obliterating a lot of the trade route. I mean, this push has just been so freaking slow. Like, this push has literally been 2v1, and Kellar has not really been pressured at all. Trevin, not with all those trebs. Okay, gonna try and create another choke point over here. You have two castles from which to train Magyar Hussars to the south, so it's actually kind of annoying to try and push over here if you're not careful. Not that many kills. Trying now to push away from the pond. Gonna go towards the trade route. More battle elephants. It's just been so few battle elephants. Like, there should be at least 30. Looks like the Magyar Hussars did not all go in together. And that is one of those castles down. That's a lot of camels, though. That is a lot of camels. That's going to obliterate the Kyrgrab very effectively. Now the towers are coming in, and that's just going to wreck the bombard cannons. Higher score. Because both Kellar... I mean, Kellar's mostly just been defending. His score is not going to be that great. Motastic's score is still terrible because he's freaking Vikings. And Viper is just making Tiger Cab, which don't have the best turnover rate, so the scores don't really reflect that. It's really just all stake with the insane KD. Actually, his KD isn't even that insane. Buildings destroyed is, though. 128. All those trebs. And green shouldn't really need halves. Like, what do you need to worry about the halves with? The elephants already kill the cavalier. And again, I'd like to point out that Stake, his major mistake is not freaking giving his Lithuanian ally relics. Kind of a jerk move is that. I mean, look at the push is starting to happen. And why on earth is blue with such low vills? I guess he's just slinging? Okay, yeah, Sora's done a lot of slinging to Dan. Motastic gonna try and come in with the castle over there. $180 villagers, even with Mahayana. Well, to be fair, that's only 140 vills that are actually affected by Mahayana. Double the army value right now for Team Viper as they just reclaim the score lead finally. Going for, yeah, it's just to try and protect the pond, but that's already a little too late. I mean, Smoke-A-Lot's just dead. I mean, at times this really did feel super winnable for Team Mihai, but again, you just need to be able to push here a lot better than they actually were able to do. With no relics? Yeah, if only there was someone on his team with 4 relics easily available. So many keeps, man. How many keeps is this in total? 62 keeps with 276 kills. That is awesome. Everybody in and around max pop right now on Team Viper. This just is not getting stopped at all. Just look at the destruction from these 14 trebuchets. 75 kills. 250,000 damage dealt. And there's the GG called as Team Viper lost their first series 0-3 and then 1-3-0. Team Mihai simply not competitive in this tournament so far. Stake able to buy a lot of stone. I feel like they needed to be so much more aggressive. I mean, it's also Sora and Mihai. You'd expect them to be able to, you know, win at a faster rate than they were able to. Group stage looking? Sure. So Team Tato is 2-0. Viper, Kingstone, Temo, 1-1. We still have Valos and Andy's teams have to play. They are both 1-0, so one of them is going to go 2-0 as well. On the other side, Team Slam has lost 2 already. Nobody else has won 2-0. Team Lewis looks like, yeah, they got swept by ACCM and then beat Slam's team 2-1. They have more of their round 2 matches to play. Ooh. Look at this. 2-2. Game number 5 just started in the league. All right. All right, this is tied up at game number 5 now. We'll have Villasa here for Suomi in the red as the Vietnamese to the north. The Max as the yellow Gurjaras in the pocket. And Amalius as the purple Slavs on the south flank. Meanwhile, for CNZS, we have Jibatong here, I believe, in the blue as the Hindustanis on the flank. Bad Koala as the green Franks in the pocket. And 98T as the Cyan Shu on the north flank. Oh, no, that's Jibatong here. That how he does it? Alright, there we go. So it's Jibatong as the Cyan Shu, Bad Koala as the green Franks, and Xuen as the blue Hindustanis. So let's see how this one goes. This is for all the marbles. This is the only other qualifier as well, so Suomi could get eliminated right here. Let's see. Vietnamese, Slavs, and Gurjaras. Could be double scouts, and then just archers if you want to play it full aggressive. Maybe have one of these 2 players go FC. Villasa could go FC into Rattan archers. You do have a lot of options here on Team Acropolis. Same with Franks and Hindustanis. We could either see FC Camels or FC Knights, and then the other one go scouts, or they could both go scouts. Jibatong could just go archers here. We will see, we will see. I need more coffee. Enjoy the Camel Scout. I'm banned from talking? Yeah, I have been canceled again. Really, if I was less toxic, I wouldn't be running into those issues, but that's just who I am. Anyway, so everyone is taking that more feudal aid. Nope, never mind. Hold on, this is an FC? What is Vilessa doing? It is FC. Yeah. Timing seems very off, though. Need to sell some stone, buy some food, or I don't know. Click the button. Alright, but he will be the only player going FC, and he will be going FC Ratans. Both flank players, or both cav players rather, going for scouts. BRB screen? I mean, but we were already in game. And let me tell you, it's not worth the effort. Hindustanis are always nice on this map because there are usually more players going cavalry than on the other 3v3 modes. And you have that team bonus to break through the palisades, and you have to go for the full palisades around your Acropolis. Or A-crop, as the kids call it. Patrol stacking, and how is that? Well, archers are here. I mean, that stable's gonna go down real fast. Having to put up some stone balls now is the max. It'll buy you time. Double the army count for CNZS at the moment, and Villas is still a little ways off from Castle Age. Like I said, this build's a little scuffed, it seems. Defensive tower, too. I mean, this is not what you want to be doing at all. Oh, jeez. Gotta respect the Hindustani scouts, man. Max is already... Has he lost 5 vills already? No, just 1, but he's accrued some idle time. Meanwhile, those palisades are going to go down pretty quick. Defensive castle here for Villasa, but has this been too greedy? Part of the issue is that with Suomi these days is that they really just aren't a super feudal age-centric team. They like to play a little bit more late game oriented, which is just not very meta. Stop hotkey swaps the scouts with auto scout when they move stand. Which stances again? So you literally just can't patrol while on stand ground? That seems kind of annoying. That's not how AoE's always worked. Oh, Castle Age coming in here from Jibatong as well. I played a game the other day as the Shu on Arena. It feels pretty silly, honestly. I just went for 3TC fast imp, only arbs and traction trebs. My opponent tried to go rams, and the arbs just shredded through the rams with the extra projectiles. All right, rat and archers are out. I smell a rattan archer. Hoi! So friendly. Alright, Bad Koala still only on the 1 TC. Schwen's on his way up to Castle Age. Amalius almost up. Max is already up. He's adding a second TC, but he's still under an enormous amount of pressure. Once again? Oh, no. It is very annoying. I know pros have been asking for something to be done about patrol stacking, but I don't know, man. Second TC gonna be coming in here from Bad Koala. Again, Suomi really trying to play that eco-oriented style. Third TC coming in now from the Max. Going to be there at the back. I mean, it's real dumb. Okay, Gibaton going to add a second TC. Suomi's eco should be getting pretty far ahead over time, though. Even Heavy Plow coming in. Hands just peppering away at those archers for now. Purple's got some light cav in. Is now 7. Twitch is weird like that. Honestly, my biggest concern is that World's Edge / Forgotten Empires, I have no idea who's at fault for this, really seem unable to patch their game. I don't know why it... Like, I know that they have to have around 2 months, I think. So basically, they have to finalize the changes for a patch, and then 2 months later, the patch will come out. Or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the details. I just know it's, like, a long time. It just seems ridiculous. Seems for... Not even. It just seems like bureaucracy or something. Because it's like they have stuff that they could put into the game, but they just don't. Or can't somehow. Anyway, 3 TCs, 3 TCs, 3 TCs. Everyone is going to be getting up there here for CNZS. But right now, Suomi have the eco lead. Everybody getting those bill counts down. This is just how Suomi operates. Max has a lot of idle TC time, Villasa as well. But they are still going to be the ones who are going to be booming up here over time. I mean, as far as a ranged support unit, crossbowmen have one more a range, and the Rattan archers have one more attack and faster movement speed. But it's not like it's that much of an advantage in the actual head-to-head fights until Imperial Age. At least in terms of, like, supporting unit. Obviously, a lot of the value of Rattan archers is that they're tanky, but that doesn't matter when they're not being attacked at all anyway. Anyway, Majestic Apex with the 57 month. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And archers here camping on the high ground. Gonna be good for defending. Never gonna recoup? Maybe. It does feel like there are not that many people who are... I actually don't even know. Is anybody working on Age of Empires 2 full-time? I know most of the devs have to split their time and attention across all of the Age titles. And obviously they have to develop content and patch games for, again, all of them. One of the devs personally that only works on AoE 2, no other games in the Age franchise. What the yo? Yep. It's patrol stacking. I love it. Personally, well, aren't you all so well connected? I'm just chopped liver. Alright, because Amalius is making cav, he has no upgrades on the TC when it comes to arrow fire. AoE 2. 42 devs? Ah, that's impressive. They all only work on Age of Mythology? Okay, well, it's just... I just don't know why it's so hard for them to patch their own game. So maybe the bottleneck isn't on the developer side, it's on the World's Edge side. All I know is it's very frustrating that they seem to be incapable of patching their own game at a reasonable pace. Castle number 2 coming in here for Vilessa. That's going to be really important to start to scale up those Rattan Archer numbers, because right now you have Imperial Age on the way for Jibetong. He's got 30 crossbowmen, and that's just, again, scaling so much faster than what Vilessa is capable of doing. Eco's still going to be good for Suomi in the long run, but CNZS don't care about the long run. With Legacy Code, I don't work with Code at all. But I do know that they were capable of patching Age of Empires like every couple weeks back a few years ago, so clearly it is possible. Fletching's almost in. Axe really isn't in this fight, though, is kind of an issue. Over 50% more units right now for CNZS. Thumbring now coming in, and the Archer numbers are still quite good for Cyan. Will Jibetong have a forward siege workshop or two to start with the traction trebs? That would be very important, as Max has this 4th TC all the way up over here. Maybe it's also an issue of AoE 2 on all the different platforms. Maybe that slows down the how frequently they can patch the game as well. I have no idea. It's now getting to be quite a few camels for Max. But Blue's also on the way up to Imp. 95 Vils too, so decent boom here from Xuen. Managers, yeah, for sure. I mean, still, I get 12 Rattan Archers from Vilessa. Yeah, he has a big eco lead over Cyan, but Cyan's in Imperial Age with these crossbowmen. He's going to have a forward castle. Honestly, I'd feel this was a lot scarier if they had those forward siege workshops to help. Otherwise, it absolutely has fewer issues than at launch. Going after the TC here once again, and this castle is certainly in a great spot to attack, but still, no trebuchet potential. Vilessa starting to wall off the north. Bill count's still better for Suomi, but they need to find a way to catch back up an army. Purple's also about ready to click up. That will leave Bad Koala. No, he's on his way to... yeah, he'll be the last one up, is Amalius. Lost 7 Vils. All right, Blue is now an Imp. 12k to 8.6k army value. Conscription coming in, and there's the first siege workshop, but still, we're not looking at any traction trebs just yet. Castle here on the high ground will likely be able to buy a lot of time if it's not a doubt castle. I mean, that's a lot of units coming in. Agna. Heavy camel, plate barding armor coming in, elite rattan archer on this side, but again, there's just so few of them. Only 23 to 50 arbs. Again, if the rattan archers are fighting the arbs, you probably don't... Like, this is probably a winning fight for Vilessa with the rattan archers if they're fighting the arbs, but the issue is, if it's arbs plus knights versus rattan archers plus knights, it's really just, you know, rattan archers need that DPS advantage to really come in, and it's only, you know, small over time. Anyway, Shot 3 has heavy camel, plate barding armor, all on the way. Amalius still struggling for numbers. He's got a Boyar! Oh, Boyar. Paper money. Gotta get that cash money. Some Hindustani camels are over here. Now, before Frontier Guards is in, I think the Hindustani camel still win it. That is a Doubt Castle. Uh-oh. And there's Imp Camel on the way. Complete Travamsha Rider, too. First Traction Treb is out. But now everyone's in Imperial Age. CNZS have a sizable score lead, and now the villagers are going to start to fall off as Purple's starting to fall behind. 53 camels from Xuen. Jibatong still is able to keep up the pressure here. And now, again, it's like you're doing Knights versus heavy camels, man. What do you expect is going to happen? Paladins on the way here from green, and guys, Suomi.
Namaste.
Might have to start getting that washed status out. Bombshells are going to get obliterated by the camels, and guys, I think it's time to put Suomi in the washing machine. Max has almost no army, Purple has almost no army, and has almost no eco. The only one without that much of an eco is Cyan, but because he's barely losing any archers in the first place, it really doesn't matter. I mean, it's just the economies here of the Chinese team have been uninterrupted all game long. Rattan archer numbers are slowly climbing. Villas has lost 42 vills. Amalius has lost 49 vills. Xuen has lost 0. Bad Koala has lost 1. It's just not comparable. I mean, again, the Rattan archers are going to do extremely well versus the Arbs. Even Shu Arbs with extra projectiles, which I don't even think is researched yet. It is not. Another castle up over there. Boyars are, in general, very good versus Paladins, but you need Elite Boyar for that. Obviously, Castle Age Boyars will not be sufficient. That's a very good fight, though. All the Arbs have been taken down. This is exactly what we needed to see here from Max and Villas. A little bit of that older brilliance. And Max has this castle here with the trebuchets walled in. He did take control of the far north of the map, although, to be fair, we also see the Chinese team taking control of the south, as those vills are going to get riggedy wrecked. I mean, but Purple's in still such a bad way. More Tans coming in. Pikeman upgrade as well. We're at 45 Frank Paladins with almost full upgrades. 52 Imp Camels with almost full upgrades. Worst change ever? Yep. No idea why that ever happened. I mean, 282... Yeah, Purple, I think, is just losing too much. Amalius' 4,000 score. That's so bad. He's at 101 dead vills, guys. Oh, no. They're attempting to do some counterattacks, but that's pretty tough. Oh, no. Everything is getting mopped up. 200 population lead right now for CNZS. It is not enough. Purple way too dead, and it's not like Max and Villas are in that great a spot either. Well, it seems like the actual dev time required to fix a lot of this stuff is simply not viable in the eyes of World's Edge. Or I don't know if that's a budgeting thing from that Forgotten Empires does, but regardless, somebody somewhere has decided that it's not worth the dev time to fix a lot of this stuff. Anyway, really unfortunate that we're going to get a big team game tournament without Suomi, but that's just how it is these days. And that's it. John Slow, thanks for the raid. We just saw Suomi meet their end as CNZS will end up winning the series 3-2 and move on to the final round of the league EM qualifiers. We're like the median. Rip. Rip. All right. Is DS versus R1 finished? What's R1? Oh, Spanish team. Yeah, Dark Side is Dragon Star says Constone, please Cosmonaut. It's the Doctors. DS? More like DR. I have to imagine that one's already over. All right, so looks like the next set is going to be in 23 minutes. And that will be LY versus Uxmal. The League. Where your GPA went to die? Oh no. Feels bad, man. All right, so game's been going on for a while. Normative determinism? Yeah, basically. Let's play a game. Let's see if we get Arena or if AoE2DE is suddenly going to crash. I don't know what the name Ornlu would determine. Oh, what do you know? AoE2DE doesn't crash. I have a pack. I got something. All right, what civ am I preferring? The blue square civs? They're all blue square civs. Teutons? Sure. We got... Oh, look at this. Look at this matchup. Look at this matchup, guys. Smushing Rams, you bet. Why do I feel like we are going to need to get our honk noses out? Alright. Give... What do you mean? They do have their Dark Age bonus versus Cav. Yeah, they have +1 in Dark Age versus Cav. Are you going to be a difficult deer? Pick up you guys. Wait, does the Xbox thing next to my opponent's name mean that they're playing on console? Yes and no. That isn't very helpful. It's not a Steam account? Ah. Never lose the 1v1 in Dark Age? I would agree. Oh. How do we get the first hit in?
Atie tiaka.
Asabagowa. Ongo. Saba Shishika.
Summer Shishiga.
Shishika.
Atie tiaka. Etach manisqua.
Ehe. Ongo. Amuiska bua. Atie tiaka. Asabagowa.
Is the sound pretty low?
Ongo.
Ena. Saba Shishika.
Ongo.
I mean, it's normal for me.
Atie tiaka. Tewu. Amuiska bua. Ongo. Asabagowa.
Atie tiaka.
Tewu. Saba Shishika.
Ongo.
Wajelskwa.
Ongo. Mai Asabagowa.
Equa. Trepjasqua.
Atie tiaka.
Inanga. Ongo. Mai Amuiska. Tewu. Mai Shishika. Atie tiaka. Asabagowa.
Ongo.
Shoa.
Atie tiaka.
Wajelskwa.
Tewu.
Shoa. Equa. Trepjasqua. Ongo. Atie tiaka.
Equa.
8 villagers should be able to fit around every single time.
Shoa.
Atie tiaka. Saba Shishika. Tewu.
Equa. Atie
Equa.
tiaka. Shoa.
Ongo.
Ongo. Mai Asabagowa. Atie tiaka. Saba Shishika. Ongo. Amuiska.
Ongo.
Ongo.
Atie tiaka. Asabagowa. Tewu. Amuiska bua.
Atie tiaka.
Giabtoskwa. Izuakunga.
Ongo. Asabagowa.
Ongo.
Shogo. Enak inanga. Etach manisqua.
Etach manisqua.
Atie
Go ahead and
Saba
get you.
Ongo.
Wajelskwa.
Atie tiaka. Etach manisqua.
Tewu. Saba Shishika. Enak. Mai Nepkwao. Mai Nepkwao.
Shoa.
Wajelskwa.
Equa.
Giabtoskwa.
Ongo. Atie
Shogo.
tiaka. Shoa. Equa. Shogo.
Alright.
Ongo.
Atie tiaka. Equa. Enak. Nanga. Shoa. Ongo.
Ornlu a stretch.
Atie tiaka. Equa.
Atie.
What? What on earth is happening?
Giabtoskwa.
Atie tiaka.
Shoa. Atie tiaka. Wajelskwa. Izuakunga.
Shoa. Enak. Inanga. Equa.
Ongo.
Enak. Inanga. Ongo.
Etach manisqua. Shoa.
Shogwe. Etach manisqua.
Etach manisqua.
Atie tiaka.
All right.
Equa. Ongo. Trepjasqua. Etach manisqua.
Shoa.
Shoa. Trepjasqua. Etach
Ongo.
manisqua.
Etach manisqua.
Ongo.
Shogo. Inanga.
Equa.
Enak, Inanga. Atie,
All right, let's go.
Inanga.
Equa. Giabtosqua.
Atie etiaka. Manisqua.
Ongo. Enak, Inanga. Mai emnekwao. Inanga. Tewu. Asabakowa.
Enak. Inanga. Ehe.
Ongo.
Mai emnekwao.
Atie etiaka. Etach manisqua.
Mai emnekwao.
Equa. Ongo.
Sabat.
Atieka.
Etach manisqua. Etach
Sure.
manisqua.
Etach manisqua.
Etach manisqua.
Equa.
Etach
Atie,
manisqua.
Ongo. Enak, Inanga. Enak, Inanga.
Ongo. Etach manisqua. Enak. Inanga. Etach manisqua.
Tewu.
All right, he's going light cav.
Ongo. Etach manisqua.
Atie,
Sure. Atietiaka.
Etach manisqua.
Ongo. Etach manisqua. Uzuka.
Ongo. Giabitosqua.
Ongo. Mai emnekwao. Atie, Inanga. Tewu. Mai emnekwao. Inanga. Sabat.
Atietiaka.
Enak. Inanga.
Atie,
Shoa. Giabitosqua. Equa.
Sure.
That's gonna need to be a deletion from him. Okay, he's just really focused on picking off my monks.
Izuakunga.
Ongo. Inanga.
Etach manisqua.
Ongo.
Equa.
Ongo.
Etach manisqua.
Oh shoot. Why did you never start that?
Etach manisqua. Atietiaka. Etach manisqua. Atietiaka. Shock bitchasqua.
All right.
Ongo. Ongo. Tewu. Ongo.
Equa. Shock bitchasqua.
Damn. Need to get to imp, I guess.
With Uzuka.
Ongo. Mai emnekwao. Tewu.
Shock bitchasqua. Atie tiaka. Manisqua.
Atie tiaka. Atie tiaka.
Playing very, very, very safe.
Ongo. Ena. Inanga. Mai emnekwao.
Shock bitchasqua.
Ongo.
Shoa.
Atie tiaka. Inanga. Ongo. Mai emnekwao.
What? Come on.
Atie tiaka.
Mai emnekwao. Ongo. Mai emnekwao. Saba. Ena. Inanga. Mai inanga. Inanga.
Why is nothing getting converted, man?
Ongo.
Devoted? I don't know, man. It feels like I've gotten super unlucky.
Ongo.
Tewu.
Alright.
Atie tiaka. Ongo. Shock bitchasqua. Shock bitchasqua.
Ena. Inanga.
Equa. Shock.
You prepare.
Ongo. Gia bitosqua. Atie tiaka. Etach. Manisqua. Ongo. Enak. Inanzuka. Wikwi uzuka. Wikwi uzuka. Shoa.
Atie tiaka. Ongo. Ena. Inanga. Tewu. Ena. Inanga. Inanga. Mai emnekwao. Atie tiaka. Inanga.
Alright. Faster working faith regeneration. Go! Dude, why am I so unlucky? There we go.
Atie tiaka. Etach. Manisqua.
Ongo. Atie tiaka. Ongo. Mai emnekwao. Tewu. Ena. Inanga. Mai emnekwao. Inanga.
Well, this wasn't really happening as fast as I wanted.
Ongo. Etach. Manisqua.
Castle forward? I was worried he'd have other mangonels, but yeah, that's true. It should have been.
Etach. Manisqua. Etach. Manisqua.
Build a settlement there for... Okay, he's got 9 shots there. So he's still making a good number of Jannies. Gotta keep this up. Okay, I see some Jannies there. Okay, there's his imp. But we already have 2 trebs out. All right. Got the castle. He never got artillery. Thanks for the raid. Yep, I'd like to get some glitches. Oh, I need to make sure he isn't expanding to the side. We win this game with map control, not with anything else. I think I win this easily. Ah, yep.
Ongo, enak, inanga.
Ehe. Etachmanisqua.
Shoa, etach manisco.
Got that? Not bad, not bad.
Atietiaka. Etachmanisqua.
Equa, shock bichasqua. Atie tiaka, etach manisqua. Equa, ongo, enak,
All right.
Ongo. Equa. Etachmanisqua. Ongo.
Izuakunga, etach manisqua.
Shoa.
Shoa, Equa, etach.
Yeah, he's already bottomed out the wood.
Shoa, atie, enak, inanga. Ongo, shock bichasqua.
Equa. Atietiaka. Uzuka.
Shock bichasqua. Ongo,
Yeah, those guys aren't doing anything.
Izuakunga, etach manisqua. Enak, bichasqua. Etach manisqua.
No, don't go that way.
inanga. Ena inanga mai enekwao. Sewu mai enekwao. Mai enekwao.
Atia tiaka. Jogo.
Ongo. Ena inanga.
Chemistry.
Equal shock with chasco.
Mai enekwao. Mai enekwao. Mai enekwao. Inanga. Atie tiaka. Asabakowa. Mai enekwao. Ena inanga. Ongo. Atie tiaka. Enekwao. Ena inanga. Ongo. Atie tiaka. Ongo. Amuika bua.
Damn it.
Ongo.
Do I have armor? Yeah, I've got full upgrades on my dudes here.
Sure.
Oh, shoot.
Ongo. Mai enekwao. Ena inanga.
Come on, get him. He's gonna have a real hard time replacing these guys. Does he have artillery? I don't think he has artillery. No. Where are my vills? I ordered some vills over here, I thought.
Shoa. Is Wakunga. Etach Manisco.
Oh, that would be an annoying spot for a treb right there. I mean, if nothing else, this game should at least be very entertaining. Again, he's got no gold. Oh, shoot. That isn't... I can't see if he's got stone there or not. Yeah, my opponent has no gold access at all. That's the only reason I'm even here right now. Oh my god, what on earth is this pathfinding? What on earth? God.
Sabat, Shishika.
Oh, shoot.
Uzuka.
Ongo. Atena. Inanga. Ongo. Amaya. Nepwao. Tewu. Atena. Nepwao. Ongo.
Yeah, I think it's over. Oh, well. I wonder if there was a point where I could have won that game. Eco? Well, then I lose pressure and then I die. I don't think there was ever a point when I could have just boomed and then been fine. Making pikes? The thing is, they just die so hard to the cav archers. Conversions are... I had really bad conversion luck, which didn't help. No, he had like 10 or so cav archers, which is enough. But of course he's going to switch to CA. It's the best unit he possibly could go for. No, not at all. No. Witches only have 7 pierce armor. They're not that good against... They're not that good against high damage range units. They barely trade efficiently versus arbalests. Would have helped? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I should have been maybe a bit braver with the forward castle so he could never have gotten gold income. I was just really worried that it would be a doubt castle, but I don't have the time. All right, I don't have the space to not be super like aggro with that first castle. Oh, hey, militia. Anyway, guys, we are here back with the League. Good Civ matchup? Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. I mean, it's a very bad matchup for Muisca for sure. Anyway, Lix is going to be in the purple as the Romans here to the west for Team LY. Vivi. I will say, I feel like the Chinese players are the worst at just using names that aren't their actual names. And Yo is going to be the yellow as the Armenians here to the east. Anyway, Lobo here for Team Uxmal. So, well, the thing is, they're really bad at doing anything other than super YOLO all in. I feel like Aztecs at least have the opportunity that you can, like, add in skirmishers really effectively. And Eagles on sort of like a low to medium eco. Muisca don't really have anything like that. Yeah, it's Enemy Archipelago. It's a classic. Anyway, yeah. Lobo Green Malians here. Blue Vikings for Ozone, and Cyan Dravidians for Uzi.
Yes, Patrastem.
Get helps? Yeah, I know. Especially since you don't have Blast Furnace, your pikemen are just unusably bad.
Salve.
So this map is very hard to cast. It's literally 3 1v1s going on right here. So it's like Romans, Malians, fine hybrid matchup. Armenians, Dravidians, same deal. And Japanese Vikings, same deal as well.
Tibi Serbio.
Divi Serbio.
Salve. Tibi Serbio. Salve. Impera.
All right, coming back in over here, but the stone walls are coming up, and the Lobo's tower is here as well. Oh, Archer is going to get under the tower with fletching for Licks. Yeah, it's basically 1v1 time 3. But then you get situations where you have one team that wins a 1v1 on one island but loses it on another, and so you have to like flee to your allies' island. It's tricky. It's a very, very tricky map to play.
Tibi Serbio.
Anyway, right now it does feel like Lobo is struggling a little bit in terms of villager count. He has lost 5. Actually, nobody's lost a villager yet here for Team China. And now the Armenian longswordsmen are here for Yo, a defensive tower for Uzi, but as you can see, it is in general LY on the aggressive here. Ozone's having to fall back, he's getting his own defensive tower. So far, just a smattering of ships here on the water. Hulk's hulking it up. No decisive blow so far. I will say Licks versus Lobo is probably the best here. Or like the most decisive, because purple on the way up to Castle Age, green nowhere near it. And this could be another opportunity for Licks to make some big damage happen. Vivi up as well, so is Uzi. Longswordsman is a big investment from Yo. I mean, he's not that bad when it comes to Castle Age time. He is on, I guess, only 6 fishing ships. It's not that much.
Impera.
That is barracks number 2 for Lick, so he will be going for some sort of longswordsman play.
Salve.
Oh, is the tower gonna happen? Looks like it will. One Vil was sniped, but the tower's still gonna go up. That's gonna be a bit annoying here for sure, as there is 0 safe gold right now for Uzi if that gold is denied. That is not what you're looking for. Yo has a fair amount of longswordsmen, and Uzi with no gold income is gonna struggle to counter them. And now Green's also on his way up, so that will leave actually Ozone the last player to click up to the Castle Age. His eco balance is not really what you're looking for at the moment. And because Vivi's almost there, this could start to look very dicey.
Tibi Serbio.
Uzi is in trouble. Maybe he should have used a higher caliber weapon.
Salve.
Longswordsman coming in here from Licks. Oh, you actually can't walk around there. That's full walled. Also higher caliber. It is. Let's see. Yo is about to click up. We do have Castle Age. You know, we have Elite Skirmisher now in here for Cyan, as well as Bodkin. Ah, he actually was taking gold over there. That has been discovered, but some quick walls will be sufficient, at least for now. With only +1 defense in, should be trouble. I wonder what would happen if you made Gambeson's a Feudal Age upgrade. I guess it really wouldn't matter, because Skirmishers just, you mass them up and then it doesn't matter that they deal 1 damage. It'd help versus archers, but I don't know. Meanwhile, over here, you have Vivi pushing forward with his E-Skirms. Oh, geez, and this is a mess over here with the long swordsman. They do have that +2 defense, so 5/5 armor on those bad boys. And right now, Uxmal, despite with having a bit of a army lead, are struggling a little bit in terms of villagers. We have extra TCs coming in for Vivi, and this at one actually might end up being very decisive in favor of Team LY. So actually, we might regain the situation where Uzi beats Yo. But then the other two lose to Lix and Vivi respectively, so that could end up being really, really tricky. How did I lose 20 viewers when I started casting again? That makes no sense, man. Hate watchers, yeah. Oh, and look at this. Castle coming in. When I start playing, I know, it's so weird. Alright. I was trying to hang in there, but this is obviously looking pretty darn awful for him. Little corgi. Be my Muiska, I guess. You might need to go on migration mode here. Does he have a transport coming out? No, he does not, so he's still going to try and hold the line. Ozone's in a spot where he's really far behind, but he's not dying. Green feels like he's in the process of dying. Yo feels like he's in the process of dying. So this might be the difference maker, where I'm not too sure what Ozone can really start to do to try and come back in this one. Custom campaign? No. In no world does that make good content. Like, even the not super grindy custom campaigns don't really make good content. I feel like there's a small group of people that really love the custom campaign stuff, but it's not something that appeals to many people. Yeah. Lobo's, like, super dead, guys. Like, super, super dead. His lack of voice acting? I don't think that's the problem. Oh, they're just gonna tap out? Alright. A little bit odd there. Well, I guess everyone did have a positive KD on Team LY. Dying slower? I suppose so. Actually, Uzi was still way behind Yo and Res collected, surprisingly. 47 to 57 villagers? Oh, Uzi lost all of his fishing ships. Yeah, Lix apparently killed a bunch of fishing ships or something. I don't know. Maybe Yo did? Acting alone? Well, who doesn't? All right, I guess Arena's next. Exaggerated accents were fun. They were indeed. All right, Arena's next. Voice of Scott was quite something. Oh, gotta do it. But he loved it, of course, of course. Deus Ex, there you go. How on earth did Doubt match up against a 1800 player? TF2, I did know that. Any second now. Any second now. Memorable? Exactly. I mean, that was just the style back then. Nowadays, you don't want to offend people. You don't want the legion of social media people going after you. Overwatch is full of ham? No, they just make waifus to sell skins for the waifus. Also, Overwatch takes itself way too seriously, man. I wish they had gone more the TF2 route, where it's just so over the top that it's funny, but it feels like they're just trying to be serious. Ash? Oh. Holy cow, why is it so hard to start a game of AoE 2? I just know Troy Baker as Booker DeWitt from BioShock. Alright, arena time, arena time. "50 seconds. "13 seconds. Freaking himself out. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome now to game number 2 in this best of 5 between Mexico and China. It's Uxmal versus Lingyan. Lingyan doing very well in game number 1. You'll have the Red Burgundians here for Licks on the flank for LY. Vivi is the yellow Gurjaras in the pocket. And Yo is the purple Muisca on the west flank. Meanwhile, Uzi will be the Cyan Poles to the west. Lobo is the green Lithuanians in the pocket. And Ozone is the blue Byzantines on the south flank. Ooh. Odd civs. Poles are gonna tower rush. Muisca can fast castle and defend against that pretty well. It's a much better matchup for Muisca than what I had to deal with. Especially with a very close rush distance. But yeah, obviously if things go long, then Poles will swamp Muisca. Burgundians? I have no idea why they're going to be a flank civ. If anything, they're a great pocket civ. Byzantine's very good flank civ, monk, fast imp, all that stuff. Gurjaras are a strong pocket, and they're going to do very well against Lithuanians specifically because it's a camel civ versus a cav civ. You still have to be very careful about all those relics, though, as there are 8 on this map. Gotovam jest. There's 2 on wood here for Uzi. This is going to be a very quick uptime. Decent settlement placement. Adieu, Joka. So overall, I think I actually like the Uxmal civs more. Honestly. Feudal Age is on the way for Uzi.
Atie tiaka. Tewu. Namaste.
Vivi with his 5 cows. I don't like this farm, guys. It's not technically inefficient. I just don't like it. It just feels wrong. I just don't appreciate it.
Sì. Salve. Presto.
Alright, Loom coming in for Yo. That's a very early Loom. He must...
Witajcie.
Ongo.
I mean, he's clearly expecting the tower rush. I mean, you're not against playing against pole flank and they're not tower rushing.
Rozkazania?
Tak, witajcie.
This is an invested tower rush, too. This is not the kind that has a barracks and an archery range and archers following it up.
Equa. Atie tiaka.
I mean, ridiculous. It was, and I really enjoyed it. I just didn't think the gameplay was especially memorable. All right, repairs are being attempted here for Yo. He is up on his way to Feudal Age at a very quick uptime. Means Stumpy finally died.
Equa.
Well, again, all of the original campaigns were very ham. There isn't one of the old campaigns that wasn't hammy.
Sure. Atie tiaka.
Hmm.
Sure.
Sure. Equal. Ongo. Sure.
Atie tiaka.
Well, Feudal Age is in.
Atie
Something you can only do if you have a very fast uptime up against a tower rush. It's the best way to stop it, though.
Ongo.
Oh! Oh! Little lucky there is Yo.
Atie tiaka.
And now the market's coming in, and Yo is defending against this without a care in the world.
Sure.
Meanwhile, over here, 25 plus 2. Really fast uptime. Wait. No, yeah, it was 26 plus. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Sveiki.
This looks like your basic
Aš pasiruošęs.
run-of-the-mill light cav opening. And so does this.
Tayar. Namaste.
A little bit faster, but you can do that as Gurjaras.
Atie tiaka.
Yeah, again, this is like the most luxury defense you can do against a tower rush. If you have like a regular uptime,
Atie tiaka.
it's just simply, what are you doing there? What? Why are you building it in rage?
Sure.
Scottish? Who knows, man?
Sure. Atie.
Oh yeah, I think it's because they made the Athenians English. And so the northern Macedonians, they kind of said, well, that's kind of like how the Scots are to the north of the English.
Gotów jestem.
Ongo.
Ongo? I just don't know why you built the tower in range like this.
Equal.
But now Yo is on stone.
Gotowa jest? Tak.
Ozone's just booming? I guess he's just playing defensive as Byzantines. Yep, 3 TCs right there. His Lick's gonna do the same thing. I mean, it doesn't look like he's really set up. Well, he's got 4 on gold. That's certainly more than usual. But it could just buy some wood and then add TCs. Maybe that was just him playing safe. You might see a 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4.
Sì.
The bananometer is going to be going off the charts, guys.
Bonjour.
Generic American accent? Yeah, I do. Also, why are there only 2 people in chat? It's so weird.
Bonjour.
Well, will be a light cav approach here from both the pockets. Nothing crazy there. Alert, alert. I mean, Yo's still just kind of hanging around. Not really doing a whole lot. Oh, there's the Magno. There we go. Meanwhile, Uzi, still resolutely stuck in the feudal age.
Rozkazania?
Power Rush simply did not work. It was a little too telegraph, like picking Pole's flank here. Third TC here for Lobo, so it looks like he might have a bit of a more economic opening than Vivi. Still needs to make sure he can secure those relics, though. Yeah, only Incas do. Yeah. Yo has survived all of the pressure. He is 5 vills behind, but that's basically just the 5 vills that's, that's Castle Age. Wait, what's Red doing? Going for 2 TC Imperial Age. Huh. A little bit odd, but I guess... I mean, are you gonna outrace to Imp Byzantines? None of the other 3 civs should have stone walls even. But, balance. You can't have a civ that has no cavalry also have no stone walls. Huns didn't have... Honestly, Huns having stone walls is fine because you can just say that they stole them from the Romans. That's basically what all their buildings are anyway. It's just appropriated from the Romans. Oh, light cap swoop in. Gonna snag that mangonel. Bill is safe for now, and Cyan is on his way up to Castle Age. How are the res collected between Yo and... Yeah, actually, Yo is ahead, so... I mean, that super defensive opening from Yo paying off like crazy. Fourth TC now coming in here from Green. Well, like what line?
Agya.
4 vills on stone for Vivi. If he adds in a 4th TC as well. Right now, the build from Lobo is very good, and he is out with 2 monks and going to start looking for relics. Oh, the monk. Oh. Prabhununame. Agna. Well, Lix is on his way up to Imp, and he will be faster than his Byzantine counterpart. Not by an enormous margin, though. Buildings are just now coming in. I'm literally just copying the sounds of what the monks say.
Rozkazania?
Alright. Castle coming in for Uzi. The issue with the polls here is that you can't do 1 TC Schlachta Privilege Knights. Yeah, it's a big discount, but it's not that much of a discount. It still is going to be more than 1 TC to go for Knights, especially when you've had a lot of villagers gathering stone. Workshop coming in. Still, it's going to take all the time to research chemistry before you're doing anything especially aggressive. And that's going to open up a lot of opportunity for Ozone to start making skirmishers to deal with this. I mean, I'm still not entirely sure what Yo is doing here. I mean, he's doing something very similar to what I did, but it seems like it's going to be about as effective as what I did. Second TC now coming in here for Uzi. Yeah, but then you're going to have the issue where your opponent's an Imperial Age and trebbing you down and all that stuff before you can ever get that up and running. You know, I feel like this is going to be a fairly straightforward defense from Ozone. Bill counts between green and yellow are pretty similar. If you look at the res collect, it's actually a fair bit better for Vivi. So, able to make good use there of the Grajaras. Good eco upgrades for him. Oh my goodness, green has really bad eco upgrades. That explains it. It looked like his build was quite good, but if you don't get those eco upgrades, it's going to be pretty bad. Got some Hammer Bros out. Remember, our Shock Infantry are the Temple Guard, so the Obuki will deal bonus damage to them. The Monks, though, make things a bit more complicated. Rip. Yeah, 81 Vils to 56 in favor of blue, and he's an imp, and he's actually not even going to bother with skirmishers, just going to go right to Arbs. I don't know. I don't love this from Lix, to be honest. Yellow's on his way up to imp faster than green. Relic Sitch for Lobo. Oh my goodness, has he had all of his relics denied? Yeah, 5 relics in right now of the 8. Okay, that is such a good play there from Vivi from the pocket. Just completely locking out Lithuanians there. These two are almost impossible to stop the Lithuanians player from taking, and this one's almost impossible as well, but every other relic is already gone. Well, sniping a few Vils there, but more Arbs are coming out. Just really doesn't feel like it's doing anything useful here for Lix. This really feels like Vivi's going to need to make the big power plays happen. Yo's halfway up to Imperial Age. He's going to have a forward castle, and this is still going to be quite scary to deal with. And the counter to this is a bunch of light cav, as my opponent so expertly demonstrated against me. Light cav and cav archers. Are good. Aztecs are still considered a better monk civ. Because safely getting that first conversion off is much more valuable than getting the second conversion faster. So that monk HP is a better bonus. In general. Alright, bombards are here. You can still buy a lot of... Okay, well, not if you take a trade like that. That's going to be much harder to buy time if you can't get better hits in. Arbs now have chemistry, though. And Yo is here with his own forward trab. The first, exactly. Anyway, we are rolling up to the club and saying hello, ladies, and it's still 3 relics, which is good enough. And it's actually going to be Shrevamsha riders before camels, so really trying to overwhelm the Byzantines player here. But, I mean, Byzantines defending, like, they're pretty good at that. Shrevamsha is not quite with +4 defense yet. You actually have the double blacksmith play from Vivi. Green still doesn't even have Bowsaw, though, which is extremely painful. Oh boy, that hurts. Castle Age? Well, we might see that with the new civ. It's perfectly possible to balance Arbalest in the Castle Age if you don't give him Thumb Ring. Really established good trade. They're still very good, yes. Not as good as they are on some other maps, though. And running into Gurjaras is not what you want to do with them. Yeah, it's still the same weaknesses to Cav. Heavy Camel about to be in here for VV. Uxmal have a big Vil lead right now. And Yo's attempt with Muska is looking a lot like my attempt at this point. Got a poor eco. I mean, he added in extra GCs and whatnot, but it's still going to be so much worse than what Uzi's doing, who's basically 50% ahead in terms of Vil numbers. Except he's going Skirms for some reason. CA, very important. Cav archers have poor base accuracy, so increasing that to 100% is, well, extremely relevant. And then it also increases their reload time by around 10%. This does feel much better for LY. Leichai really aren't able to do a whole lot there, and the hand cannon damage is very good as a supporting fire. Blue's arbs are fully up. I mean, look at that. The Leichai are getting eaten alive. I mean, this is just one of those situations where, yeah, camels, especially Gurjara camels, are very good against cavalry. And the bombard cannons from Lix have been getting tremendous value. 25 kills on those, and that's basically all arbs. Bill counts evened up. Frontier guards coming in. Not that it matters versus the Leichai, to be fair. But hey, it's still an upgrade. It's a good upgrade. You know, yeah, you have to get good upgrades. This is also doing a lot more than it really should have. Uzi really should have taken a page out of the book of my opponent in my last game and gone right for Cav, like Cav. Just having light Cav with some range support to help deal with the few temple guards. Exactly what you need to do. But they're just gonna tap out again. Blue is super dead. Fortunately, Uxmal could not take a good fight to save their lives. Oh, wait. I accidentally gave them the point. And VV, honestly, pretty heavily out-booming Lobo there. That's just not something you can deal with, and Lix's KD was insane. Not working. Oh, yes. I gave the wrong team the point, like a noob. Like straight up Nubian. The DLC? Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, whenever I do a video on, like, new content, it does very well. I just can't really... I never got a good knack for content that wasn't just showing off new stuff. Failed to download match content. Alright, minute 30. Isn't this DLC out quite soon? Well, usually in recent years there's been Chronicles as well, so that's kind of been splitting off the regular DLCs, but they don't have Chronicles this time. But the issue is if doing any sort of like history video like that takes a lot of effort. See what people did differently? Yeah, that's, I mean, usually it's one or the other. Better ask for? What, like what? And I do play very far from perfectly. All right. A Gallo Galas, but wouldn't that be a Celt unique unit? One of the few times they have nerfed tons of scenarios. They have really only ever made scenarios easier, not more difficult. Anyway, here we are. It is Fortress, so at least we get some closed map fun. We'll have Lobo here in the cyan as the Turks on the flank this time. Ozone's going to be in the pocket in the green as the Smaracens. And Uzi is going to be in the blue as the Wu on the east flank. Lix, meanwhile, is going to be in the red as the Chinese here on the east flank. Yo is going to be the yellow Slavs in the pocket. And Vivi going to be in the purple as the 2P. All right, so Chinese versus Wu flank honestly just feels like Chinese are a lot better. Their eco's insane, and Chuko Nu should shred through anything that the Wu make. I mean, I know people love their fire archers, but I am so not sold. Especially against a powerhouse civ like Chinese. Meanwhile, 2P versus Turks feels like it's pretty bad for the 2P, unless you can get some sort of huge momentum advantage. Hitting lesser skilled player? I mean, I totally agree. Legendary difficulty? Yeah, for some reason, players feel entitled to beat the game on the hardest difficulty without having the skills to back it up.
Emrin?
Emrin, efendim, hazır.
I mean, players should be able to play the game at a way that is fun for them. And sometimes You need to accept that you aren't good enough at the game to beat it on the hardest difficulty. Like, it's not anything to be ashamed of. I mean, it's just, you know, you probably don't spend a massive amount of time improving your AoE too, which is, again, perfectly normal.
Evet, hazır. Emrin?
Skill issue and get good? I mean, that's the way it is.
Efendim.
Evet, efendim.
Hazır.
Tamam.
All right, Feudal Age coming in now here on this side. You can see that both red and blue are clicking up at almost the same time, and Lix has like 2,500 more resources collected. You're labeled a COD player? What's a COD, unless like a Call of Duty player? What do you mean? I mean, I just like the doing the achievements on hard for the challenge, but you are by no means obliged to do so.
Naam.
Oh yeah, pocket matchup Slavs versus the Saracens.
Amron.
This is one of those situations where if the Saracens get up and running, the Slavs don't have anything. But Slavs do have a very strong boom and can offer a giant swarm of infantry units and siege in early Imperial Age before the Saracens get the Mamluk Death Ball up and running. So there is a timing where Slavs are going to be very powerful, but
Hello?
of course, if you get to the Mamluk blob, yeah, they don't do anything on Slavs at that point. Chombe Choshi. Was never fun to plant a potato. York is never fun, period. I will die on that hill. I think it is a really dull scenario. It feels like I'm playing one of those Chinese custom campaigns where it's just you're facing infinite unit spam, you have a gajillion resources, and you just patrol across the map with berserks and siege rams and trebuchets. Anyway, everybody up on the way to Castle Age. Build counts are all very similar. Nothing too exciting.
准备就绪。什么？准备就绪。
什么？
何种命令？
Then the 5 vills over so you can add the TCs. Generally speaking, people don't do low eco approaches on Fortress these days. It really seems like players prefer their booming, or at least to 3 TCs. I think that's exactly what we're going to see here, even from the 2P.
Evet,
The Toopsters. Infinite unit spam. It's tricky.
准备就绪。何种命令？
I mean, it's tough because casual players like big late-game armies and big battles, but I actually don't think that's what makes the campaigns especially fun to play. If you rush to the whole post-imp gameplay loop, where you're just macroing and spamming units at the enemy, without really doing a whole lot in between, it's going to make every single scenario feel exactly the same.
Amron.
If it's not infinite, then there is the issue of the tipping point where it might just become impossible. Well, yeah, I mean, it's all about the,
Hazır.
you know, trying to make it tough but playable. Lix actually is not going 3 TCs. Okay. He's going to be going up for a faster Imperial Age. Better unit micro. The issue is that It's so much easier and less time consuming to just make the enemy make more units instead of having to make the enemy smarter. The longer you wait, the easier it gets. Wouldn't it be the other way around, where the longer you wait, the harder it gets? Otherwise, why wouldn't you? You don't want to incentivize players to not do anything.
准备就绪。
Well, again, it's the only one not going for a 3 TC boom is
何种命令？
Lynx, who's clearly going to be going for something at least in the Fast Imp family of gameplay.
什么？
Except to kill rams. Yeah, I mean, I like to use siege onagers and stuff like that because they're fun, but it's not often really the best thing you want to go for. Alright, Blackwood Archer production has started right now for purple. LY still with a good vill count relative to their opponents. I mean, only right now has the 3 TC boom of Uzi surpassed the 2 TC boom of Lix. And if you look at the res collected between red and blue, it's still 1,000 more resources for Lix. And this is the guy who is going with the least economic approach. Oh, we do have some Jan Hussasaries here, everyone's favorite Hussite unit.
喂，
Lost production buildings? Yeah, otherwise they'd become, the scenarios would literally be impossible. Anyway, some Blackwood Archers are over here from VV. He's, again, it's just not very interesting. I also think that in general, the newer campaigns tend to focus too much on you having one big army and there just being one big enemy that you have to fight in a very, like, scripted cinematic gameplay, as opposed to scenarios that represent broader, like, campaigns. Like, imagine if Into China was just only facing one enemy at a time, and it was just one big battle against the enemy like that. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an interesting scenario design for sure.
准备就绪，何种命令？
Anyway, Imp coming in. It just isn't very fun.
什么？
And I feel like there's so many scenarios that are just like one specific battle instead of like having a bunch of different factions that train different units, have different layouts for their bases. Like, that's what I liked in, what was it, El Dorado 3? That was like the only scenario that felt like it was any more expansive than just a pitched battle between two sides. The micro! And oh, El Dorado 5 was super creative. All right, Stable coming in over here. We'll have to see what Yo's plan is, because again, you can't just sit on your butt and go to Boyars. At least I don't think so.
Amron，
Ignore the Navy? That's because you shouldn't ignore the Navy? Like, the scenario is a giant slugfest if you don't do one of the things that is necessary to make it the scenario a giant slugfest. Anyway, forward castle here from Lix. Only 55 vills for him. This has to do an enormous amount of damage and snowball the game very quickly. Uzi gonna try and switch into some skirmishers, but remember, no last armor upgrade for the Wu. Castle not coming in here from Vivi. 26 of the Blackwood Archers. What's Lobo going to do against that? They're already team walling, so clearly these guys want to get to the late game. But they also, to do that, will need to secure one of the corners sooner rather than later. And that would likely have to be this one, as there's no way Uzi can push this back easily. Imp is in this TC, though, so it is not going to get denied, and you will have a 20 vil lead as blue over red. Next to useless? It sure is. But, like, I was thinking there would be a lot more, like, back and forth. Like, the way that Lord Bassi described it was that, like, there would be, like, a web of alliances between, you know, like, the Europeans and the different 2P factions, when really it's just, like, you're allies with one guy, the enemy's allies with another guy, and basically the whole thing's just a 2v2. Now, well, remember, they all went for much boomier approaches. They have a big vil lead. Got 3 traps here and a bunch of Chuko new. No third TC is added, so this is still not like all in, but it's barely all in. Ozone is going to try and get to the Mamelukes. But there should be a window here. Actually, Yo is going Boyars. It should only be marginally faster to get to Boyars than it is to Mameluke, so I don't know if there's going to be enough of a timing advantage, but maybe the fact that Lix is already here is going to make it enough. Eldorado 2. It's definitely one of the more annoying missions, for sure. It was like a less interesting version of the Poles scenario, where it's like Poles versus Lithuanians. Here it was just Wiska versus Wiska, and you're both making the same units. Anyway, double castles forward here. Cav archers are going to come in. Elite Chompy from a side quest? Oh, the third scenario? Alright, +4 defense now in here for the Boyars. But our good friend Albert Hujum is on the way. And like I said, although it is a little bit faster to get to Boyar than it is to Mamluk, it shouldn't be that much of a difference. That said, Green seems to once again really be struggling in the booming. I mean, Slavs are going to be ahead of Saracens in booming, obviously. It shouldn't be 5,000 more resources for Yo here. That is just so huge. Artillery coming in on this side. But right now, it's just LY applying all the pressure in the world, and Uxmal really struggling. And already, due to lost villagers and idle TC time, Lix is really caught up with blue anyway, and now you're stuck making Wu skirmishers, which isn't very exciting. Elite Blackwood Archer is in. And of course, all about snowballing those numbers. I love Blackwood Archers. They are fun and balanced. I mean, resources are pretty similar. The Turk player and the 2P player hit imp at the same time, and yet there's still 2 forward castles somehow. That feels a little weird. Alright, Uxmal clearly didn't have their hearts in this series. Which does mean that it's actually going to be 2 Chinese teams playing each other in the final round. All right. Amigos, or I think it's the Amigos versus Wonders. Is it a different Wonders? Wonders B. All right, guys. This will be the last set today that I cast. We will have Ganji in the blue as the Gujaras on the flank here for the Amigos. Abunza Halt will be the Cyan Todders here in the back, and the other player in the back will be Valos in the green as the Berberos. Obviously, these are BF players. On the other side, we'll have Kapach in the red as the Musica here on the flank. And yes, you do get heals, remember, from the settlement, so it does help a little bit in the Vil fight. Prisma will be the purple shoe in the pocket, and Monoz the yellow Portuguese in the other pocket. I didn't actually check to see how far they were into this one. The Amigos seem to have a big Vil lead, though. 11 fishing ships to 3. That explains a lot, as Valos is going for a big old fish boob. And here comes the castle for Monoz. Got some stone walls, and we got some towers coming in. Ganji still in the Dark Age. Him and Kapach are both on their way to Feudal Age. Is this going to be a denied Feudal Age? No. Close, though. Actually, I wonder if it would have been denied if the archers had stayed in the castle. Obviously, you have no idea, so it's not something that we can really blame Prisma for. Well, Wonders have a huge army lead. Green has plenty of fishing ships, and he's making knights. Meanwhile, you actually have nobody making any sort of melee unit here for Wonders. Now, the knights are going to be good versus the organ guns. They have pretty good solid actually have very good upgrades now. They just are missing the iron casting upgrade. And also we have Prisma, who has increased his fishing ship count appropriately, so those numbers are at least getting to be relatively similar. I mean, maybe you guys disagree with me, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I feel like the crossbowman upgrade is pretty good if you have 27 archers. But, I mean, clearly Prisma disagrees with me, and I don't want to just be some weirdo who's going up against what the pros say. Anyway, third TC now coming in here for yellow at the back. 44 Vils for him. Abunza Halt. 5 ram. Whoa, okay, so this is going to be a big ram push. Now, I know, but it was a very long time. Alright, Castle Age is here for Kapach, meanwhile. Keep in mind that Ganji is still in the Feudal Age, and will be for a little while longer. Valos now adding in TC number 2 at the back. No idea why there were villagers over there building houses. Maybe there was the Fisher Bills? And it looks like Kapach will be mixing in some chompies, I had to guess. Could be pikemen as well. Anyway, grabbing speed. Thumb ring? What did they make the original thumb rings out of in the Neolithic period? Leather? Anyway, here we go. This castle's gonna go down. No question about that. Yeah, I really don't think there's a lot of argument here as to what exactly is going to happen to that castle. MCA there being annoying as well for the Amigos. Imp is on the way for Prisma, though. Prisma's still only 1 TC. And he's only on 24 archers, which isn't, like, that crazy. And now Yellow can't make any more organ guns because he's got no castle. So this is starting to look better here for the Amigos. I mean, it was looking rough for a while. It's not like they're out of the woods yet, but they're trending upward. Everything is coming up Millhouse. Third TC now there for Cyan. You can see that they are starting to expand their eco more and more. 15 versus 17 fishing ships. Monoz has 3 TPs, but he's got nothing to spend resources on because he doesn't have a castle at the moment. He's only just now going to be building his first barracks, so that's going to be quite a while before anything happens. Kapach is trying to make some pikemen, but it's not going to be doing a whole lot. Nobody likes Millhouse? I mean, that's the joke, right? That's his entire character, is that he's a dork and nobody likes him. Anyway, to be fair, it's taking the TC down not that slowly. And Kapach has some good old Muisca Knights.
准备就绪，
Ooh, the double delete there.
Selam.
Yeah. But like, do you know the reference?
I hate these blood pants. Hey, they're working. My feet are soaked, but my cups are bone dry. Everything's coming up Millhouse.
Oh my god. Anyway, TC's under attack. TC's almost dead. It feels like runners are just gonna be running out of army really soon.
何种命令？
Looks like half the archers there went down.
准备就绪，
27 knights right now from Valas. And like, what's Monoz doing? He literally has no army. I really don't think there is anything remotely racist about that. I mean, there was plenty of racist stuff in the earlier Simpsons seasons, but like, that's not a good reason. Anyway, Ganji now adding in TCs, and the Amigos are taking a huge eco advantage. Archer numbers not looking so hot. Oh, we got the Janitors! It's a messy situation, and Abunza Halt needs to clean it up. I mean, how many vills has Monoz lost? 36 villagers at this point. That TC's gonna go down fast. There is always something so satisfying about just right-clicking a TC with a bunch of melee units like that. Right, 50 vills, 51 vills, 73 vills, and Imperial Age for Prisma, but it's going to be so slow to punch through any of this stuff.
什么？
Is missing chemistry, though, so we need to make sure that you pick that one up. Give a nice little bit of DPS increase. Ugh.
何种命令？
Well, we're at 4 traction tribes, which isn't the worst. But again, like, the ecos just feel like they're getting out of hand. Ganji should eventually also be able to switch into Sharamsha riders. And like, what is Monoz able to contribute? I mean, the initial organ gun push was very good, but then he added eco behind it. He lost his one castle, and he's never really had the stone to make more, or to make a tech switch. Oh my goodness! Do you guys feel the messiness getting cleaned up by the Janitors? Okay, now he's going to switch into Portuguese knights, which are perfectly fine at this stage in the game,
什么？
but not super sold. Now the TC here for blue. I mean, Ganji's really relying on his teammates to buy him some time, but I think it's going fine. Oh. Minotaur is trying to stay away from the knights. There are a few pikemen here. Apparently this is a swear word. Name of this map? Menindee? It's a thing in Australia. It's a desert in Australia. It was part of my tournament, World Desert Championship. They were all named after deserts. A swear word? Myanmar. Alright, castle over there for Valas.
喂，
准备就绪。
Need to be approved? I don't know, Pangolin. Could be doing something pretty shifty, though. By saying the name of a country. Political or whatever. All the people I've ever talked to... Yeah, no, Palestine's fine. That one's not controversial. You can't say Iran, though. Iran, Iraq... I don't know if you can say North Korea. Montenegro, yep. I know Iran and Iraq are both censored. And apparently Myanmar is as well. Anyway, Arbs here's really starting to pick up the damage. I mean, Cyan is starting to run out of stuff. They have around 50% more villagers, but their army numbers are still not especially impressive. The Traction Treb Arb combo is continuing to work some magic. Purple doesn't have much of an eco to replace it, but they are steadily going through the enemy town. Oh my goodness. Nerf Korea? We can say Nerf Korea. Alright, green is also on his way to in. But honestly, just that little bit of support in the form of pikemen and monks from Kapach might just be enough. And right now, Wonders are trying to make something happen here. Scores are dead even. Not even the wild horses can do anything to stop this. Yeah, I can't help but wonder if maybe Ganji was a little too slow in switching it back into army. Because Bunzo Halt was always going to be taking the brunt of the damage, because that's just where the push was coming from. Green was supporting with his Berber cavalry as best he could, and although Ganji got wrecked early on, maybe when he needed to start making army when he was on around 70 villagers instead of 100. Oh, thank you, little Bobby. I am having a day. But I'm going to be going to Lollapalooza tonight for the first time in my life, despite living here all but 4 years of my life in the Chicago area.
何种命令？
Night raids are not insignificant at all from Valas. Again, that eco difference in favor of the Amigos is not to be trifled with.
准备就绪。
And now that Imperial Age is in, the castle might just be enough to buy time. This was a doubt castle, but at least this castle was up earlier. Is that enough to get +4 defense and maybe, cavalry? Who I'm seeing? I'm seeing Jenny. I forget who's before Jenny. Yeah, I'll go down in a little bit. Palooza schedule today. Oh, wait. Doors, our plans to open doors at 3 p.m. We'll have to see. Anyway. I guess... Oh, there's a lot of people. Anyway, Jenny starts at 8:55, and that's who I care about. Jenny from the block? No, not that Jenny. Anyway, the armies and the villager counts have closed between the two teams. Purple's still on very few vills, though, for needing to replace any arbs that have been lost. He's also doesn't have any stone for a castle, so he can't get either conscription or bolt magazine. That's also an issue. Still getting more vill. I mean, Valas has lost a lot. Yeah, Valas killing 73 and losing 104 vills. That is quite the eco KD right there. Now some Guecho warriors coming in from Kapach.
Namaste.
What is that nonsense, Ganji? Got more knights coming in from yellow. I mean, Valas doesn't even have Cavalier, and I honestly wonder, maybe as well, if Ganji should have just been slinging Valas. Actually, are they allowed to sling at all?
Yeah?
Because if they were allowed to sling, then I think instead of trying to go mass genitors, Ganji should have just slung Valas into getting +4 defense Cavalier. Sling is imp only? Oh, so you have to be in Imperial Age to sling. Ah. Yeah, then Ganji wouldn't be able to do that. What are these rules? I mean, usually there's some sort of slinging rule because it's just the best strategy in most situations in team games, and it doesn't really, It basically makes a player not really playing a ton of Age of Empires, which isn't super fun. Vala still trying to do some more raiding. And the Amigos still have an overall Vill lead, but Red's getting up there in eco numbers, Yellow's getting back up there in eco numbers, even Purple's at almost 100 villagers. And with all those TCs on the side, I mean, this game is such a mess. With the high tech, yeah, I mean, the Age of Empires is just an inherently snowball-y game. Ganji now on his way up to the Imperial Age. That could be huge. Genitors for now, but we could be seeing a switch over to Elephant Archers, possibly.
Namaste.
Raid's also something that these teams are going to need to consider very soon. There's 47,000 gold left on the map, which isn't nothing, but you still have to be careful. Yeah, really interesting game number 1 here. Well, it could just be a misclick. Wetchas are here as well. And that's going to be a Prisma castle. This is Prisma's first castle. Cav Archer is running around to the other side. Abunza Halt very far away from him. Kapach, meanwhile... I mean, he's got a lot of stone. Use some horse collars? Yeah, it definitely could. Still, excellent job here against the Arbs. And again, Muiska Pikemen are no good long-term option. Like $200 price increase? But if it's dead, then wouldn't the price be going down and not up? All right, elite janitor. Oh my goodness, guys. When you have the janitor who can clean up any mess at any time for any reason, you have not the regular janitor, but the elite janitor. Very rarely are janitors like actually a play, but yeah, absolutely here. Is the Anatoly? Something like that. I mean, that's 50 elite janitors from Ganji, and you do get a discount with Kshatriyas. You missed the last armor upgrade, so it's not like they're amazing. But, you know, how cheap are they actually for the Gurjaras? That 25% food discount get you? Oh, I literally can't see in the tech tree. But yeah, it's 40 food for the regular one, so it's 30 food, 35 wood.
什么？
That's not bad. And thank you, Nick, for the raid. Alrighty, alrighty. I mean, yeah, they actually cost the same as skirmishers, right? Or no, that's right. It's 35.25. Yeah, just a little bit more expensive than regular skirmishers, and you're getting much, much more stats. And right now, guys, the mess, the janitors. You're still on 50 janitors. Oh, wait, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that actually makes them really good. Yeah, good call. Yeah, 7 bonus damage versus archers. Yeah, that's really good. Totally worth missing the last armor upgrade. It's like better than at Ladle, basically. More money? What? It doesn't make any sense. All right, Imp is on the way right now here from Yellow. And again, like, you now have everybody in Imp for the Amigos. Their army numbers are still not that great, nor is their army value. I mean, like, these knights are almost fully upgraded Castle Age knights, and like, they have a lot of attack. But now you're going to be forced to use all of these knights well before any Imperial Age upgrades come in. Red is about ready to click up to Imp, but it's going to be a very long time before he's there. Purple's population just isn't good enough, as Prisma just keeps on losing all of his archers to the janitors. Yeah, 7 bonus damage. That's crazy. Now he's going to try and go skirmishers. That doesn't feel great. Nobody has trade set up, I believe. Abunza Halt has been pretty quiet, but is still trying to find some value here by continuing to expand to the side of the map. And now the Elephant Archer switch is going to come in. You have the resources, you've depleted the enemy archer numbers enough that you feel comfortable here as the Amigos to go for that switch. It's also, what? It's not 45 food at 80 gold, right? Oh my goodness, the lag. It sure is 45 food, 80 gold for an Elephant Archer for the Gurjaras. That is very cheap. I mean, on the food cost, obviously it's still expensive on the gold cost, but them's the breaks. Imp now in here for Monos, though, so he has made it, and he still has 45 knights alive, so he's at least been able to avoid the worst of the fighting. Very few resources, though, so his ability to afford upgrades is almost non-existent, and now, again, you're running the knights into these Elephant Archers. More raids from Valas. 233 villagers killed for him. Also a clean 100 kills and losses for Abunza Halt. That's pretty fun. Well, does a Bulgarian car turn into another smaller car when it gets totaled? Because that would be pretty cost efficient. Anyway, once Kapach is an imp, all players will be in the Imperial Age. We're almost an hour into this game number 1. Cavalier plate barding coming in. Racer chemistry right now here for red.
Sure.
Bulgarian? I thought it was Romanian. But we don't have them in America, so I wouldn't know. The castle's taking a lot of damage, but it is going to go down eventually. And you're still missing Frontier Guards as Ganji. It turns into a bike, yeah, basically. Hussars coming in. The eco still going to be in favor of the Amigos. And there's the GG, realizing that they just don't have the imp units to handle this. Honestly, really sick game. Not a bad performance from Wonders, but credit to the raids of Valos and the Genitors from Ganji. 210 Genitors have been made this game.
Sim.
Half bike, half... What is a half bike, half car? A three-wheeler? That'd be a very well-balanced car. Or super huge wheels. Alright, let me go ahead and pull up these maps and civs. That. All right, that was the Berbers and the Tatars and the Gurjaras over the Portuguese and the Shu and the Muisca. We'll have to see what map number 2 is. I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, looks like Enemy Archipelago is next. And we'll get into it in 2 minutes. I never got hurt. All right. As we are in the great deep blue sea, it is Enemy Archipelago, game number 2. Always fun to cast. We'll have Kapach in the red as the Romans here to the northeast, against Valos as the green Armenians. Prisma going to be in the yellow as the Georgians versus the Vikings for Abonzoahalt. Monos as the purple Celts, and Ganji as the blue Malians. Honestly, all the civs seem fine. I don't think there's really going to be a massive advantage one way or the other. It's really all about how you balance the landed water and make sure that if you do have another side that's floundering, that maybe you can help them out with navy, or if, you know, you have one side gets crushed and the other gets crushed, then you have to land and stuff like that. Your arch pelican? What?
Salve, prontus. Impera.
Impera. Alright. Nobody off to anything too crazy so far. You got fishing ships coming in from most players. It's not like anyone's going to skip a dock. 1v1 scenario like this? He just doesn't really play 1v1s. Like, he's much better than I am. Plenty of fish? Yeah, that's true. I'm back. Don't think I missed anything. We do have Ganji walling. Now, I don't think anybody is going to be so brave as to fast castle, but we will have to see. With today, nah. I'm not going with any girl to the concert, although if I'm very, very lucky, I might meet someone there. I like how even my mom said, don't get your hopes up. Any girl that's going to be there is either going to be going with a bunch of girlfriends or another guy. Yep. I do not have the Riz, as the kids say. Someone at a concert? I mean, why not?
Imperantus.
Get to know them? I mean, it's just about enjoying the concert together, right? And having fun. Unfortunately, you know, I don't seem to be very attractive to girls my age or even younger.
Impera.
Even when I, you know, I feel like I'm the guy that people are much more interested in being a friend than a boyfriend. Gotta lose some weight. Yeah, I mean, I definitely could have a better physique, but it's not like I'm that bad. And I do work out. That's a lot of men-at-arms from Valos that aren't really doing anything. Yep.
Tibi Serbio. Eus.
Got some Hulks coming this way. To project confidence? Well, yeah, of course. Come from fitness? Yeah. I mean, I am awkward, right? I mean, it doesn't help that I still live with my parents and, you know, don't have an actual job. Oh, here the men-at-arms have finally come in, and now they're doing damage. I mean, you had to wait 7 business days, but hey, they're in here and they're doing stuff. And it's not like Green's taking a ton of damage here on the other side. It's also a little bit self-fulfilling where because I've had so much lack of success in dating for such a long time that it's hard to actually feel confident, which then increases my lack of dating success. Well, Vigos are ahead by 5 vills, or 5 eco units rather. Red on 29, so Kapach definitely on the worst end of it. Lost 9 vills, actually. I mean, Valos has lost a few, but still a much better result here for him. Oh yeah, like... You know, it's just tough out there, man. This is drop. Up. Up.
Erlam. Margaret. Kid.
Anthropic? I don't. Gonna call girl with that Twitch money? No.
Erlam.
I got a $400 tax refund the other day, and that's like saving my bank account right now. 18 fishing ships here for a Boonsaw Halt. Wow. Is anyone even close to that? N for blue, 0 for green. But that's definitely a huge reason why the Amigos are doing so well in that regard. A Boonsaw Halt is defending. This FC isn't really working, though, from Ganji. Like I said, I think FCing on this map is just probably bad. Now, technically, Ganji has only lost 2 vills, but it doesn't feel great, does it? Abunza halts on his way up to Castle Age, and I feel like the biggest issue is that... where's Yellow? Yeah, Yellow's not really doing that much. Unless I completely missed something. Making a transport right now. Oh, he's just lost 9 vills for Abunza Halt. Okay, so Abunza Halt is just wrecking this game. Again, case in point, Abunza Halt is a much better player than I am. Again, new record of 25k, or 2.5k euro in it. Yeah, congratulations. I think I've gotten up to 3,000. I think that might have been shortly after Three Kingdoms came out. Because I had so much content to make that. It's like 5 new civs plus all the controversy. Alright, Castle Age is going to be in here soon for Kapacha. Valos, despite his earlier success, did just losing his entire fishing fleet does seem to have done a bit of a number on him. So his Castle Age is going to be relatively delayed. Savings? Oh, I'm talking about savings. I don't think I've ever done more than... I think 2024 I might have done around $25,000 a year. Something in that ballpark at least. Everything else has been slightly to significantly less than that. Debt and investment? I don't have the money to invest into anything. Alright, from undergrad? Yeah, but I have like $70,000 of student debt. So I'm actually extremely broke. Castle coming in here from Monoz. That's one way to make something happen. I mean, this is just not at all what was anticipated. I mean, yeah, Prisma wasn't doing so well relative to a Boonsaw Halt, but this is where Monoz can come in. Blue wasn't in that great of a position, so having the castle not on this island is probably not too big of an issue. And paid off last December. Congratulations, Aura. Oh, and now, oh, this is something that Abunza Halt really wasn't prepared for. Oh my goodness. That's not pretty. And that's the whole thing with this map, right? It's like you think you're just playing a 1v1, and then you realize, oh shoot, there are other players on the map. And this has gone from an amazing position here for Cyan to a much more dubious one, even with having a decent navy. And remember, I'm playing huge interest rates as well.
Kid.
Another TC there to the south for a Boonsaw halt.
Target it.
And it's like, and then of course, like I got launched into the worst possible job market. So that's why our mental state is, you know, only hanging on by a very tiny thread. All right, now look at this. One landing deserves another. Fired? Yeah, I know, it's rough. Oh, purple isn't paying attention. Oh, look at this, splitting up the archers. Now, because I'm so poor, I only need to pay like $300 a month on student loans instead of the otherwise like $700 a month. But even so, I can barely cover that with also having other expenses. That TC ain't happening. Out Rams.
Kia.
Kia.
Kid.
Well, Kapach is 3 TC booming away. Good recovery for him after a really rocky start. Knights are here now in the base of Ganji, and this is actually one of the most, like, actual team game versions of this map that I've seen, where you actually have players landing different islands. That's it. Looks like the Rams have finally gone down. Defensive Mangonel here certainly will shoo them away. And you're still on 65 eco units. I mean, the 23 fishing ships are huge. Even charge interest? Yeah, but think about all of the money that could be made off students. In-state tuition, good luck. Castle now for Ganji. That boss has some monks. Rams are still back over here. I mean, if you look at the overall populations, it is better for the Amigos by around, 40 population. Nobody really in that insane of a place economically. But the fact that a Bunzahalt has so many fishing ships is really, I think, the difference maker in this game. I mean, it's 76 bills for him versus 59 for yellow, and that is a large portion of the overall difference. Castle coming in, though, here for Valos. And despite Valos being so far behind Kapach in economy, this castle comes in. Suddenly, that could flip this island completely on its head. Valos, decent number of knights over here. What the heck? Anyone want to explain this? You want to help me out, chat? I think that makes lots of sense. Monos has paused the game. Hopefully there aren't any major issues.
Impera.
Defensive Castle's going to come in here for Kapach. Still a nice lead for the Amigos. No idea what the issue. There we go. But yeah, Ganji's on his way up to Imp, guys. 94 bills from him. Good recovery after his rough start. Your entry level jobs. Well, I mean that's fixed, not here. I'm just really struggling, man, to find a job. I mean, I thought it would take me several months to find a job, but I mean, we're at a year and a half right now, and I've gotten one interview. I have no choice. Giving up isn't a choice. But you know, it's just tough. After, well, I'm at a year and a half now. Bit of lag there. And Abunza Hall losing some fishing chips. He is going to be going for some swordsmen. Got some fortified churches for Georgians to help boosting the eco of yellow. First, the available jobs are service sector jobs anymore. Well, I mean, it's just in my industry specifically, it's really, really bad. Places to work, if you can get a job there, but that's tough. But yes, Ellie's doing extremely well. Big push here. Obviously, Vala's not loving life so much. Vanos does have at least a TC on this island, so he actually has some permanent presence here. We don't need Swiss and AoE too. A target part. I mean, this is like what I do part-time, but you know, it's the issue is that I've largely had to abandon my own streaming career and YouTubing career, which has basically made my presence in AoE relatively non-existent over the past year and a half or so. So it's like, I'm shooting myself in the short run to try and get a job. I'm not getting a job. And so I don't have like any short-term income or anything to feel good about myself there, nor do I have any long-term prospects. And I'm getting closer to 30. Alright, castle gonna go down there. Gonna snipe the mangonels too. But isn't that more of an AoE 3 thing? Were the Swiss guards a thing until the, like, 1600s? Again, everything that I learned about Switzerland going to the museum in Zurich, there's a GG, was, you know, Switzerland really came into its own during the, you know, 16th, 17th, 18th centuries. It was like a small backwater place until then. Anyway, Migo's just getting too far ahead economically. Even though Valos was struggling, Ganji completely flattening Monaz, and then, you know, Yellow not really able to do a whole lot either. And nobody's going to be able to stop Imperial Age. All right, that was the Vikings and the Malians and the Armenians over the Georgians and the Celts and the Romans. So it looks like Frontline will quite possibly be the next map, or we could go to Arena or Fortified Clearing. Obviously, you ban Black Forest against the Amigos, and you ban Arabia against the mostly Argentinians. Actually, are they all Argentinians? This wonder is all Argentinians? Yes, they're all Argentinians. Is stupendously popular. Pirated copies of AoE? I think it became like standard with PCs in a lot of Latin America and just kind of became very popular there. On any machine? Yeah, certainly. All right, Frontline is next. Could be the last game of the day. I have had a nice long stream today. All right, looks like I will take the... Wait, I thought I saw a 5 o'clock train. Wait, what? No, I need today. Yes. How popular was Counter-Strike? America was all about Call of Duty and Halo. PC gaming in America wasn't really as popular until League of Legends really kicked off. All right. Could be the last game of the day. So far, the Amigos are looking strong. We'll have Ganji in the blue as the Slavs on the flank. Ah? Already, we got the Lame coming in. Mayans for a Bunza, Halton pocket, Valas is the Franks in the other pocket. Like, okay, these make plenty of sense. Usually it's archers from the middle pocket and Cav from the Omega pocket. Aztecs for Kapach on the flank. That makes sense. Oh, gotta be careful. Ethiopians for Monos in the first pocket, and Prisma in the purple as the Magyars in the far pocket. Again, Ethiopians, Magyars, Mayans, Franks. Two different flavors of the same thing. I mean, Yes, if you're spending a long time in the Dark Age, Slavs have a good eco. Less PC-centric? At least here, it's because you would just buy one console, and then all the siblings could play at the same time. And so it's like you could get it for the whole family. For LAN parties too? Yeah, like in it, like huge console culture here. It's all standardized. Yep. It's way easier to bring a console over to a friend's house than it is to bring a PC. Yeah, the US never really did internet cafes as much. Well, lots of ill fighting all the time. Not going so hot for Kapach. Owl. PC bang? No. They're not as ubiquitous as they used to be, as a lot more people have home computers. But also, I didn't really need to go to one when I was there. I just used my laptop. More fighting. Barracks here for Bunza Halt. I mean, this should just be straight up Arabia-style scouts and archers from these pockets. Well, I mean, RTS itself was never popular in America. At least relatively popular. Shooters have always been king except for Nintendo. So I guess shooters, platformers, fighting games with Smash Bros. And Capcom and stuff. Sports games, obviously, with Madden. Hello, Matros. Anyway, double range is coming in here from Monos. Double range is coming in here from Green. It just seems like Ganji's ahead in the Vil fighting compared to Kapach, and everything else is basically the same from the two players. Unpopular things, yeah. Scouts from Prisma, scouts from Valos. Again, everything what you would expect. Migo's just 4 Vils ahead in total. That's it. The fact that Kapach is behind Ganji doesn't really matter right now because neither are going to be able to do anything. There will be a time when Ganji is going to catch up and get to Feudal Age and actually start to be able to make units. But you still have a little while before he's doing anything terribly impactful. Gets the kill there, does the Scout Cavalry. And the Amigos do have a bit of an army lead here as well. 4 archers, 4 scouts, 3 archers, 4 scouts. Always, absolutely. Partner application? Yeah, it took me 5 tries. Alright, archers are here. Clutching on both. I mean, this is all just going to be about the micro and the teamwork. Reinforcements coming in. That's my goal. It's just I'm still stuck streaming constantly because I don't have a job. I have to stream longer? Oh, jeez. Well, honestly, Monos with some good micro here. Sneaky Salmon? That name is vaguely familiar. Oh! Yeah, it is pretty classic. Anyway, walls coming up here on the sides. Both blue and red are about to be Feudal Age. Ganji's going to have the res for Castle Age, though. Kapach not especially close. Again, Dark Age eco Slavs are very good with their farms. What? Because it's a video game? At least once? Again, it feels like I know that name. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Bloodlines is in, +1 defense in over here. Castle Age is coming in for Ganji. It is for red as well. Do you have to sell a stone? Both players did. Ganji going to be able to develop a good Monk Siege push. Stealthy Salmon. I feel like I interact with such a small percentage of the AoE community on a regular basis, but I guess that's what I get for not hanging around in the big streams very often. I don't feel like I have a ton of viewer overlap with anyone except for, like, G-West. Snob? Am I a snob? I don't really think so. Yep. Well, good patrol stacking. But the time of the game where the fact that Kapach is behind Ganji feels like it is passing. Or like that matters. But I guess the res are pretty even. Let's see what Ganji can do here. Siege Workshop immediate. Everyone's on the way up to Castle Age here, though. And everyone else on the way up to Castle Age over here. Are so boring. I don't know. My Discord, I don't disagree. Why I never go there. Yappa. Alright, actually double siege workshop with 2 scorpions and now mangonels. Poch is gonna be going for more the regular Monk Siege route. All right. Second monastery, but you're still a ways off from redemption. Actually, that monastery is denied as well. Castle Age almost in for all these players. I mean, it's still anyone's game. Wonders absolutely have a chance to take this. Castle Age is in. All sorts of relevant upgrades immediately. Note that we also had Prisma Cell. Oh, never. I said Prisma Celicon. He literally just added 2 CCs. Yeah, I was wondering if any of these guys would be adding in real eco. Don't mangonel your allies' troops, please. Monks are out. Oh, hungry. I mean, yeah, the guy was a jerk. So, yes. Oh, mangonels are out. Oh, that was not especially worth it. But there was the conversion, but it doesn't get the shot off. Sometimes mangonels are fickle like that. Orban for sure. Yeah, because he's like Trump, but better at being at affecting policy. Up. Good hit there for red. That's going to be, well, basically going right back. Oh, I don't know, guys. That is rough. Oh, it's Marty? Yeah, but it's really more of a matter of... It's less about policy. It's more a matter of believing in the rule of law. That's what matters? Yep. Few enough of those people out there, and that's really sort of the basic, you know. If they're not in favor of being pro-democracy, like, that's just a non-starter. Anyway, remember, it's double siege workshops here from blue, and this mangonel pressure is going to keep up. I mean, purple is, you know, he's got 3 TC boom going. He's got 10 knights to 17, though. Oh, boy. Oh, knights are making their way in over here. I mean, wonders are fighting. I mean, relative to Orban, absolutely, I would have voted for him. I mean, if it's all about, do you believe in free and fair elections, basic civil liberties, you know, Bill of Rights level stuff here in America. If one candidate supports those things and the other doesn't, like, do any of the other policy positions matter? Free but not fair? That usually just means that people are able to vote and there aren't massive restrictions on who can vote, but their actual, like, political machine and propaganda is not fair, right? It's heavily biased, with one candidate able to leverage government infrastructure to support themselves usually. Anyway, TC still stands, but the Amigos have such a huge army lead right now. Can you really overcome a 2-to-1 deficit when you're making the same units? No army at all for red. 5 army for purple. And we still have extra TCs coming here at the back. Broke? Yeah, I mean, it's so bizarre that it's like, oh, only the establishment type Democrats could ever have a chance of winning, when it's like all they ever do is lose. It's so bizarre. And it's like they just keep on trying to court people who are conservative but don't like Trump, and that's such a small demographic. Again, we're looking at Gandalf hitting his head on the bag end roof right there. Oh, no. Yep. He goes with the clean sweep. And that is it, guys. The Amigos take the win, and they will be moving on to the final round. All right. Well, guys, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to be getting back home late tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, but if not tomorrow, I'll definitely stream on Monday. But thanks for watching, everybody.